It's time for some straight talk. Multiply your savings with 2 lines on our ultimate unlimited plan for just $90. That's unlimited talk, text, and high-speed data on 2 lines for up to 45% less. All on America's best 4G LTE networks, Straight Talk Wireless.
Saturday night in Los Angeles, a beautiful night for baseball and a big matchup in the Super Regionals tonight. The number 1 national seed, the UCLA Bruins, their season is on the line. The Michigan Wolverines can close them out with a win and get to the College World Series for the first time since 1984. Welcome to the NCAA Baseball Super Regionals, presented by Capital One, Jackie Robinson Stadium on this Saturday night. And the UCLA Bruins, the number 1 national seed, trailing in this best-of-3 Super Regional as teams are starting to punch tickets to Omaha and the College World Series. Last night, Michigan took Game 1, a dominant performance from Carl Kaufman on the mound. He carried a 1-hit shutout into the 9th. Jesse Franklin providing the offense early, a 2-out, 2-run single, giving Michigan an early 2-0 lead. They would lead 3-0 going to the bottom of the 9th. UCLA scored 2. They had the tying run at third base with 2 outs. Jeff Criswell closed it out as Michigan took Game 1 and now are 1 win away from going to the College World Series. Along with national champion from the University of Arizona, Wes Clements, Roxy Bernstein with me. We just saw Jeff Criswell close out the ball game last night. He starts tonight for Michigan.
Well, it's not a big deal, really, when you think about it. He got the save last night, Roxy, but he only threw 9 pitches. He should be fine.
So he'll go for the Michigan Wolverines tonight. Jack Ralston pitching for UCLA. The Bruins have been in this position before, and Jeff Criswell can close them out. Here's what he did earlier in the regional round up in Corvallis.
Well, he's been sensational in the postseason, Roxy. You mentioned what he did. Last night he got the save, but up at the Corvallis Regional, he was sensational.
10 strikeouts for him. The Bruins, as we mentioned, have been in this situation before, facing elimination. 3 times last week. They won when having to win, and their offense exploded when they needed the most.
Well, they really did. LMU took them down in the regional, but they bounced back in a big way. You see the hits, the home runs is what was big-time impressive from the Bruins.
And UCLA needs those bats to come alive. They were shut down last night by Carl Kaufman as Michigan won Game 1. Here's the lineup for John Savage and the number 1 national seed, the UCLA Bruins. Some moving around of some pieces, the same cast of characters for UCLA, but Michael Tolia dropping to 5 and Jake Priest now in the DH spot.
Well, this is John Savage. He's shuffling them up. It's a deck of cards right now, and he said, you know what? Let me move Michael Tolia down to the 5 hole and put the senior Jake Priest in the 4 hole and see what happens.
And UCLA will be the visiting team in this matchup tonight, even though it's in their home ballpark. And Jeff Criswell, first team All Big Ten, and a powerful frame, 7-1, picked up his first career save last night, and a 2.80 ERA. So after closing out the game last night, he starts Game 2 in Michigan. You know, even though they have a game in hand, when you look at the way the Super Regional sets up, but Eric Bakich isn't looking at it that way.
No, Eric Bakich, for me, Eric Bakich is putting all his chips and putting them in the middle. He's all in tonight to win this game when you see that Criswell is back on the mound, because Criswell, yes, got the save last night. He's going to feature a fastball anywhere from 90 to 94. He's got a slider, but he's got a sensational changeup, which was on display last night when he struck out Jack Stronach in the game.
So Garrett Mitchell will lead it off for UCLA. The Bruins, a school record 51 wins. They're 51-10, the Pac-12 champions. And they've been the number 1 team in the polls for the last 12 weeks. But their season on the line, trailing in this best-of-3 Super Regional, as Jeff Criswell with a strike to start his night. 355 for Mitchell, the sophomore. 6 homers, 41 batted in.
I never thought I'd say this when the Bruins are playing a game at home, but I think it's important for them to get an early lead.
1 strike pitch, and Mitchell lines it sharply back up the middle. And that's how our ball game begins, in a sharp single to center field. Garrett Mitchell, solid contact, and we saw very little of that from UCLA against Kaufman last night.
Well, we did not, but as Garrett Mitchell does in that one hole, he's hit over 350 this entire season, but he has been the catalyst, taken over for Jeremy Idens, who used to be in the leadoff spot. But Garrett Mitchell, he has been on fire literally for about the last 6 weeks. Great start for the Bruins, but back to why I think it's important. Michigan has already won 2 games. They've only played here twice. They've won 2 games. So it's kind of, the onus is on the Bruins to score early.
They played in early March in the Dodgertown Classic, they call it, but that game between Michigan and UCLA was played right here at Jackie Robinson. And a 7-5 win for Michigan as Ryan Kreidler drives one out toward deep right center, racing over Jesse Franklin. And the Michigan center fielder makes the catch, tagging Garrett Mitchell, breaks for second, and he'll get there. I know Michigan's motto is take the extra 90, but UCLA just did it, and Mitchell getting to second base with one out in the first.
This is beautiful. It really is, and it's all on Mitchell to make this decision. I mean, Franklin gets over and catches it.
It's a gutsy play by Garrett Mitchell, an aggressive play for UCLA by getting to second base. Here is Chase Strumpf, the second baseman, hitting .284. He was the most outstanding player of the Los Angeles Regional last weekend. Hit a pair of 3-run homers against LMU to help UCLA through, as Strumpf hit a 3-run shot last Sunday night when UCLA was facing elimination against the Lions, and then did it again in the regional final Monday night. 9 homers for Chase Strumpf. Garrett Mitchell at second base, just underway. A gorgeous Saturday night in LA. Jeff Criswell, the 1-0 pitch, and a good slider is in there for a strike, evens the count.
Criswell, different than Kaufman, who we saw last night. Kaufman is 92 to 94, but it's a hard sinker. Not the case with Criswell.
Criswell, first team All Big Ten, 7-1, picked up his first save last night. 2.80 ERA, and he is overpowering. 97 strikeouts in 90 innings this season. And the 1-1, Strumpf takes ball 2. Brandon Cooper calling the balls and strikes tonight. Scott Kennedy, the umpire, at first base. Linus Baker at second. Mo Hodges, who had the plate last night, is at third. 2-1 on Strumpf, as he was taken in the second round of the Major League Draft last Monday night by the Cubs. Garrett Mitchell, the runner at second for UCLA. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a shot pulled into left field through the hole. Mitchell had to hold to make sure it got through. Christian Bullock getting to it quickly fires it in. And UCLA with runners at the corners as Chase Strumpf, a sharp single into left field.
Well, with Nelson playing on the line, Roxy, in the first, expecting Kreidler to pull the ball, that 5-6 hole is wide open, and that's exactly where Kreidler hit that ball.
So 3 loud contacts from UCLA already. Is that a concern for Eric Bakich and Michigan coming off Criswell pitching last night?
No, I don't think so. I just think Eric Bakich understands this is the #1 overall seed, the #1 team in the entire country. It's not going to be easy to take care of them in their own yard.
Runners at the corners. DH Jake Priest, the senior, 11 home runs. As he takes ball 1, a .290 batter, and through the 8-hit shutout, or the 1-hit shutout through 8 innings last night for Carl Kaufman, Jake Priest was the only one who had the hit until the Bruins finally got some runs in the 9th inning, chasing Kaufman before Criswell came in to save it.
Well, this is the change that John Savage made in the lineup. He inserted Priest in the 4 hole and then Tolia in the 5 hole. We'll find out if it works.
Okay. 2-0 on Jake Priest, who was drafted by the Yankees in the 24th round earlier this week.
Now, this is the same situation that Jake Priest hit in last night in the 9th inning. Was an opportunity with 1 out and a runner at third to tie the game, And last night, Criswell got Prees to pop it up to shortstop.
Runners at the corners, 1 out. 2-0 on Jake Prees, cleanup batter for the Bruins. And Prees turns out of the way, but he got hit. And the bases are loaded for Michael Toglia, who leads UCLA in home runs and RBIs.
Well, it's a fastball. It just gets away from Criswell. And Nick Prees on his shoulder. And a trip out to the mound for the Wolverines. But so far, so good for John Savage and the Bruins with the change in the lineup. And all of a sudden, just like that, your guy who has driven in the most runs in Toglia and has hit the most home runs is up in the first inning with the bases loaded.
Pitching coach Chris Fetter going to the mound. Any regret from Bakich by starting Criswell tonight? Look, I know Criswell's been the first team all Big Ten guy, and he's been terrific, and we saw him last night come in and get the save, but turning him around 24 hours later to make the start after working last night.
No, we talked to him prior to the game, Roxy. You were there. He didn't seem like he was worried about anything. He said it was just 9 pitches. It's just the best game in the world, and this can happen. And it's easy to second guess a decision when you have this scenario, but the other part of the equation is Criswell was outstanding last night, and he saw him warm up before the game. This is just baseball. It's the best game in the world.
Michael Toglia, the junior first baseman, drafted by the Rockies, first round on Monday night, 23rd overall. 3:18 for Michael Toglia. Bases full, 1 out. Jeff Criswell. The pitch. And a fastball is down and in.
Well, this is a danger zone right here. This count, this pitch right now. Toglia is loaded up for a fastball. He's sitting on a fastball.
Four for 10 this year with the bases loaded. 1-0 pitch. Took something off. Toglia out in front.
Well, that's a great changeup. It's a plus changeup that Criswell has. He threw it 2 out of 3 the last pitches that he faced in Stronach to end the game last night.
There are Michael Toglia's parents. It's been an eventful week, certainly for them and the entire Toglia family. And now Michael to play with the bases loaded, 1 out, just getting started in LA. On the edge, 1 and 2. Michael Toglia, I don't think, agreed with Brandon Cooper behind the plate.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with Brandon Cooper's call.
Take another look.
We're going to get another look, but the very end of the tail on the end of this, that's outside. It's outside, and it's going to be outside. You can see the line for the batter's box where Donovan caught the ball.
1 and 2 on Toglia. Garrett Mitchell at third, Chase Strumpf at second, Jake Prees at first base. Way outside to Michael Toglia.
And you see what happens there. Donovan, because he got that last pitch, Donovan the catcher, he snuck out another 2 or 3 inches for the fastball. And it's good. It's good by Michigan to understand if you have an umpire that's going to give you that outside borderline pitch, just go out and see how much more he's going to give you.
Home plate area engulfed in shadow. The mound still bathing in the sunlight. Could be challenging for hitters to pick up the baseball. Reaching for it. High chopper charging at second on the short hop. They get the out at first base. Coming in is Garrett Mitchell. But Akeo Thomas is able to get 1 out of that. But UCLA is on the board here in the first inning.
Well, the Bruins do get on the board. Donovan almost pulls off a sensational double play there, Rux. When he comes in and he barely misses Jake Prees at first as he goes by. But if Michigan can get out of this inning only giving up 1 run after facing Michael Toglia with the bases loaded and 1 out, that's a win for Michigan.
64th RBI for Toglia. Terrific play by Akeo Thomas, the second baseman for Michigan. Chase Trump at third, Jake Priest at second with 2 outs, and the freshman Noah Cardenas hitting .394 is the batter, the 6th hitter for the Bruins.
Who normally is in the 8-hole. John Savage shuffling into his lineup today.
Outside ball 1 is Noah Cardenas' brother Ruben. Terrific player at Cal State Fullerton. In fact, in a regional final last year at Stanford, it was a huge home run by Ruben Cardenas that helped Cal State Fullerton advance to a super region when they eliminated the Cardinal at Sunken Diamond. Runners lead, 2 in scoring position for Cardenas. There's a grounder toward third, fielded by Blake Nelson across to first, and Jeff Criswell is able to minimize the damage, only give up the 1 run. Michigan coming to bat.
When you rent a car on Turo, you're renting from a real person. No shuttle rides, no waiting in line, and no wandering a car lot. This is your rental counter. And this is you, already on the road. With Turo, this is compact, standard, and full size. This is better than your typical car rental. This is Turo. Download the app today.
You know that expensive watch you always wanted? It only costs a fraction of the price to make.
We thought that was crazy, so we made our own watch company.
We created unique watch designs, launched online at fair prices, developed new styles, shipped to over 160 countries around the world, and created a community. Now, you don't have to overpay for a nice watch.
Instead, join the movement.
Shop now at mvmt.com.
Michigan coming to bat and a 1-0 lead for UCLA. Bottom of the first inning, game 2 of the Super Regional. The lineup for the Michigan Wolverines and Eric Bakich. And the top 4 in the order have all hit 12 home runs on the season. And that's where the real power comes from. And Jimmy Kerr, the cleanup batter, hit 4 home runs last weekend in the regional in Corvallis, where he was the most outstanding player.
Well, he had a big hit, obviously, last night, but for Jack Ralston, UCLA's pitcher, his job right now is to put up a 0.
So Jack Ralston, the 6'6", 230-pound junior, 4th-year junior, redshirt junior, who's been tremendous this season in the 2 role for John Savage and UCLA and helping them with the #1 ERA in college baseball. As a staff, their ERA is 2.57. And Ralston missing high to the DH, Jordan Wogu, hitting .335. So there's the measurements for Ralston, 6'6", 231. He's 11-1 on the year with a 2.55 ERA. Ralston the windup and the 1-0. And a swing and a miss by Jordan Wogu.
And that's that nasty split finger that we're talking about right there. It works in many different ways. Sometimes the bottom will drop out of it. We asked John Savage what it was, and he said, just call it a split finger. But if his fastball sitting in 92 to 94 range and he throws that down, it is very difficult to square him up.
1-1 pitch. Wogu takes inside. So ace-worthy, you have that in your scouting report. Well, Ryan Garcia is the ace, Pac-12 pitcher of the year, but you have Ralston also as ace-worthy.
Well, I just think he's 1A. And Ryan Garcia, obviously the Pac-12 pitcher of the year, but Jack Ralston, as far as what he has out of...
Wogu, a line drive left center. And that's a hit. Garrett Mitchell over to cut it off. Wogu digging for 2. Mitchell comes up firing. Wogu slides in. And a leadoff double for Michigan. 13th double for Jordan Wogu and a start for the Wolverines.
Well, the Michigan club can run the bases, no different than UCLA, and they have 4 guys that have over 10 stolen bases. But how do you get a double? Wogu right out of the box, knows where this ball is hit, and he is thinking 2 right out of the box. That's great base running and a great start for Michigan Wolverines right after the Bruins took a 1-0 lead. Runner at second and no outs.
Second double of the Super Regional for Wogu, who was 1 for 3 with a run and an RBI here last night. Jesse Franklin, the sophomore, freshman All-American a year ago. And the Seattle native had the big hit in the ballgame last night, a 2-run single in the third with 2 strikes and 2 outs, came through against Ryan Garcia. Hitting .264 with 12 home runs. And he takes the off speed, blocked by Noah Cardenas, ball 1.
Well, it's a good situation for Michigan. You got a left-hand hitter up with no outs and a runner at second. At minimum, Franklin hits the ball the right side of the infield. He moves Wogu over to third base, and they have an opportunity to score a run with an out.
So after Jeff Criswell was able to get out of it, only surrendering the 1 run in the top half of the inning, Michigan trying to get that run back. And a called strike to Jesse Franklin. 1-1 the count. So Michigan a win last night. And Jack Ralston pitching for UCLA with their season on the line here. Michigan in their second super regional in program history. Their first since 2007. Fouled straight back by Franklin. And the Wolverines, now they've won 2 national championships. 1953, 1962. They've been to Omaha in the College World Series 7 times. And with a win tonight, we'll get back to Omaha in the CWS for the first time since Barry Larkin was with Michigan in 1984, when he was the Big Ten Player of the Year, and of course, would go on to be a Hall of Famer in the major leagues. 1-2 pitch, Franklin, a ground ball towards second. Chase Strumpf on to first. He advances Wogu to third.
It is a great job by Franklin. He's fooled on this pitch. He's a little bit out in front, but when you're fooled and left-hand hitter, your bat head's going to be out in front, and it gets the job done. His teammates love it, and just like that, Brewer comes up, who was a Player of the Year in the Big Ten.
The productive out from Jesse Franklin. And Jordan Brewer, drafted by the Astros in the 3rd round this past Tuesday. 343, 12 homers, 54 batted in. Was 0 for 4 last night. Jordan Wogu at third, 1 out. The pitch. Strike 1 from Jack Ralston.
Well, that's a much, much better split finger. You see the bottom half dropped out of that. The other splitters that he had thrown, there was no bottom that dropped out. It worked more like a changeup, but that's what we talked about. Sometimes it works like a splitter, sometimes it works like a changeup.
Jordan Brewer's been dealing with turf toe. Kept him out of a couple of games at the Corvallis Regional, also kept him out of 2 games at the Big Ten Tournament. Back in there. He's made the start last night. Back in the lineup for Eric Bakich in Michigan. A chance to close out this super with a win tonight. Jack Ralston's 1-strike pitch. Just missing. Looked pretty good from Jack Ralston.
We're going to look at that last pitch. That's it. Well, let me put it this way. In the first inning, if on the outside part it's a strike, that pitch right there should be a strike.
1-1. There's a high chop foul over Nick Schnabel, coaching third for Michigan.
But everything is magnified in must-win games. You're in super regionals, trying to get to Omaha, and when pitchers are called balls and they're close, and it's just all magnified.
The 1-2 pitch upstairs, 2-2.
Well, you see his velocity is starting to go up now, and for me, that just tells me that he's starting to relax a little bit, starting to feel normal. It's the biggest game he's pitched in his life, Jack Ralston.
Jordan Brewer, 7 sac flies, leading the Big Ten this season. There's a grounder to short. This will score the run. Ryan Kreidler fields on to first. Jordan Wogu comes home, and we're knotted at 1 as Michigan gets that run right back.
Well, it's another good job of hitting, fundamental hitting. You saw Franklin in the 2-hole, move Wogu over to third. Brewer picks him up. That is a dugout high five for everybody involved.
1-1, 2 down here in the last of the first inning. And the cleanup batter, Jimmy Kerr, will be the hitter for the Wolverines. And again, Kerr was the most outstanding player at the Corvallis Regional. 4 home runs last week up at Goss Stadium. The pitch from Jack Ralston, and it just missed. So the senior Kerr. Two outs, nobody on. Michigan has answered the run UCLA got in the top half. And there is a strike from Jack Ralston. 1 ball, 1 strike to count on the Michigan first baseman. One of the leaders of this Michigan club. Kerr drafted by the Tigers in the 33rd round earlier this week, and he grounds that one foul. And Jimmy Kerr came to Michigan as this scrawny walk-on role player and is going to leave the program whenever that is, as one of the leaders and more decorated Michigan players on a team, and right now finds themselves 1 win away from the College World Series. 1-2 pitch, hit in the air, pushing foul behind third. This one gets out of play over into the UCLA bullpen. Certainly the lineage for the Kerr family with Michigan. He's a 3rd-generation Michigan baseball player. There's his grandfather, John, who was on the 1962 national championship team for Michigan. And there is his father, who also played at Michigan. So it runs deep for the Kerr family with Michigan baseball, and it just missed off the corner from Ralston. Jack Ralston not missing by much. So grandfather, John Kerr, amazing story where he pitched all 18 innings of a doubleheader back in the early 60s. 2-2 pitch is lined to center, and Jimmy Kerr with a 2-out hit. Jimmy Kerr at first base, and here is his grandfather, John Kerr. So he threw both ends of a doubleheader, throwing 313 pitches, allowing 3 runs on a combined 17 hits, and a 5-1 win over Illinois, and a 3-2 win over Western Michigan. That left Michigan needing 1 more win to advance to the College World Series, which they got over Western Michigan, and then won the 1962 national championship.
And we're worried about somebody throwing 90 pitches now.
Called strike to Blake Nelson, the Michigan third baseman. You think John Kerr just laughs at that?
Absolutely.
He threw both ends of a doubleheader and won them and went the distance in each of those games.
Yeah, you want to throw the second game? Yeah, just give me the ball. Stay out of the way.
He looks like he could still probably give Eric Bakich a few innings if needed. Go to first. Diving back is Jimmy Kerr.
This is another facet of the Michigan Wolverines offense. They all run. They all steal bases, and they will steal on any count.
And his dad, Derek, by the way, Jimmy's dad, was on the last Michigan team that went to the College World Series. He played for the Wolverines 1983 through 86, so a teammate of Barry Larkin at Michigan. 1 strike pitch, tipped by Blake Nelson. It's 0-2 on the Wolverines third baseman, hitting .299 on the year.
They're not sitting. Father and son are not sitting together, though.
They're focused. They're locked in.
Give me some space. Is that what that is?
Can't be bothered during the game.
Apparently.
Well, it's hard to get tickets together, too. Throw to first. Jimmy Kerr dives back, considering this was in high demand. The Super Regional sold out here at Jackie Robinson Stadium, and Michigan always travels well, regardless of the sport. The venue and the Maize and Blue well represented here at Jackie Robinson Stadium in Los Angeles. Jack Ralston close at first base. Diving back is Jimmy Kerr.
Well, we'll get a look at it. How close was it? Not sure. He was leaning the other way, but it was. Ralston made it close.
And Michigan has made the most of some base runners so far here this weekend, as Blake Nelson just getting a piece. They've had 8 total base runners so far in the Super Regional. 4 of the first 7 to reach have scored. And Jimmy Kerr at first base.
They're also, you see, hitting .325 with 2 outs. But they're also doing a good job of making Ralston get his pitch count up. Ralston's already at 22 pitches.
Jimmy Kerr at first, Jack Ralston. The 0-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Gets out of it, but a run for Michigan on 2 hits. They leave a runner. We're 1-1 after 1.
When you rent a car on Turo, you're renting from a real person. No shuttle rides, no waiting in line, and no wandering a car lot. This is your rental counter. And this is you, already on the road. With Turo, this is compact, standard, and full size. This is better than your typical car rental. This is Turo. Download the app today.
You know that expensive watch you always wanted? It only costs a fraction of the price to make.
We thought that was crazy, so we made our own watch company.
We created unique watch designs, launched online at fair prices, developed new styles, shipped to over 160 countries around the world, and created a community. Now, you don't have to overpay for a nice watch.
Instead, join the movement.
Shop now at mvmt.com.
The NCAA Baseball Super Regionals are presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? And in part by Heineken. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. And Nissan. Innovation that excites.
118 national championships in the Hall of Champions here at UCLA, including 1 from John Savage in the UCLA baseball program. 2013, the Bruins won their first national championship. There is John Savage, the Pac-12 Coach of the Year. And just adding to that trophy case, the softball team at UCLA winning number 118 with their 12th national championship earlier this week.
Dramatic fashion.
John Savage and UCLA in a 1-1 ball game here in the second. Bottom of the order, Jack Stronach leads it off against Jeff Criswell for UCLA, followed by Jeremy Idens, Matt McClain. And it just missed to Jack Stronach. Looked pretty good from Jeff Criswell.
Yeah, Criswell wanted that pitch, and why not? Looked like it was right at the knees.
Stronach struck out for the final out of Game 1 last night. 322 with a couple of home runs. Drafted by the Padres earlier this week as he looks at strike 1. And with John Savage, Wes, you're down 1-0 in the Super Regional. How does the skipper run the game tonight?
He's going to run it like any other game that he ran the entire year. John sticks to his guns. He's got a plan before the game starts, and he's just going to follow it. I mean, they have been here before. They were here in the regional when they had to go through the losers bracket, and we were all wondering where are they going to get the pitching. Well, they found the pitching. They got the job done. But this is a tremendous Michigan club that he is facing. Not to take anything away from LMU, but this team just won a regional up in Corvallis.
Jack Stronach, liner to short, right at Jack Lundgren. And there's one away in the top half of the second. Right fielder Jeremy Idens coming up. So on the other side, if you're Michigan and Eric Bakich, you're up 1-0 in the Super Regional. Do you run the game any differently in that dugout?
Well, you yes and no, and the yes part is that if this game gets into a situation to where it looks like they're not going to win, then that plan B goes into place at that time. And plan B meaning pitchers you won't use in a game tonight if you're pretty certain you're going to lose, that you want to save for tomorrow. But as far as Criswell goes, he's going to let him run out there and leave him out there as long as he's successful. He threw 9 pitches last night, and nobody knows Criswell better than Eric Bakich does.
1 ball, 1 strike. Jeremy Idens, the UCLA right fielder's missed a lot of the season with a hand injury and was drafted earlier this week. Idens taken in the 8th round by the Nationals, and it's the 3rd time he's been drafted. He was drafted out of high school, and then he was a draft-eligible sophomore, was picked, but returned to UCLA and goes back up the middle. Hit number 3 for the Bruins, and a 1-out base runner. Sharp single for Idens, and that'll bring up the 9-hitter Matt McLean. And speaking of being drafted, Matt McLean was a 1st-round pick by Arizona last June and turned down the Arizona Diamondbacks, taken 25th overall, and came to UCLA and has struggled a bit offensively in his freshman year, and they bounced him around positions. He played center field for a lot of the season in the absence of Jeremy Idens, and they moved him back to the infield, which is his more natural spot, playing at third base right now. Idens at first, 1 out. Jeff Criswell's pitch. There is a strike to Matt McLean with the top of the order on deck.
Well, McLean played shortstop in high school, so it was an easy transition for him and John Savage when Jeremy Idens came back. But he leads the Bruins in strikeouts, so it's something to keep an eye on. Ordinarily, it's a good time to hit and run in this situation, but when you have somebody who doesn't make contact, it's very hard to put it on.
McLean 0 for 2 with a strikeout last night. Jeff Criswell, classic power right-handed pitcher with an easy delivery to the plate. Jeremy Idens leads at first, Jimmy Kerr holding him. One strike pitch, and McLean takes in the dirt. Nice block by Joe Donovan behind the dish. 1-1, and with the first baseman, Wes, with Jimmy Kerr holding Idens at first, it's got to be difficult for him looking back toward the mound, looking right into the sun.
Well, it's hard, but if it was really bothering Kerr, he would go and tell, and he'd be holding his glove a little bit different. I mean, sometimes it looks like it's going to be in his eye, but it's probably not what it appears to be. Now, when I was over there, they all thought I couldn't see the ball. So,
runner goes, McLean. High chop to second. Looking at second, Akeo Thomas has no play. Gets the out at first as Jeremy Idens moves to second base with Garrett Mitchell coming up in 2 down.
Well, the Bruins elected to run a hit and run, and McLean does his job, hits the ball on the ground, and even though he makes an out, he advances Idens to second base, and the Bruins have a runner in scoring position and looking for a 2-out hit.
Garrett Mitchell singled and scored in the first inning. Mitchell, who did not play in the regional final this past Monday night against LMU because of an illness, but returned to the lineup last night. And this is the spark at the top of the order, the real catalyst for this UCLA attack. Singled and scored when UCLA got 2 in the 9th inning last night. Was 1 for 3. He also walked in game 1.
Well, he is a Major League Scout's dream. He is a sophomore. He can fly. He's got power, tremendous arm, tremendous defense.
Fouled off his front foot at home plate. And he's hobbling around.
Well, it's a breaking pitch, and you can see the adjustments already that the Michigan pitching staff is making. You see it, he got it just off the inside.
Yeah. That can't feel good.
No, it doesn't. It'll look worse tomorrow. But they've made an adjustment right off the bat. They had been starting first pitch fastballs with Garrett Mitchell, and they learned in a hurry that Garrett Mitchell is hunting fastballs on pitch 1.
Well, the Bruins offensively, and Carl Kaufman had a lot to do with this. But UCLA started with the bats just 1 for 24 in this Super Regional. Since They are 6 for 14, starting with the 9th inning last night. There is Kaufman, who was brilliant last night. Just a phenomenal performance.
Amazing.
Mitchell fouls it away. As last night, Carl Kaufman taking a one-hit shutout into the 9th. Picked up the win going 8 1/3 innings with 8 strikeouts. Left 2 runs on 4 hits. And then Jeff Criswell closed it out. And Ryan Garcia, his first loss in over a year. Jeremy Idens at second base. The 0-2 pitch. Way outside to Mitchell. Texas Tech, Oklahoma State. They're 5-5 in the 9th, with Texas Tech leading that Super Regional 1-0. And then number 2 national seed Vanderbilt in real trouble. They lost. They were hammered by Duke last night. And Duke looking to close out the Super Regional. Tonight in Nashville. Earlier, Louisville punched their ticket. They're through. Dan McDonald's Louisville Cardinals just dominate against East Carolina in that Super. Foul back. I don't know if it's possible for a team to play better than Louisville did in those 2 games.
It was a beatdown, needless to say. But Danny McDonald had some great words after that. Just talking about in the Super Regional, you can just go from elation to tears in a second because the season's over.
And he knows that. He's seen that before in Super Regionals when Cal State Fullerton was there, when UC Santa Barbara was there. And he's experienced it, unfortunately, firsthand. But now he's going to Omaha again. Mitchell drive to center. Jesse Franklin is there, makes the catch, side retired. The Bruins strand a runner. We go to the last of the 2nd inning, tied at 1.
When you rent a car on Turo, you're renting from a real person. No shuttle rides, no waiting in line, and no wandering a car lot. This is your rental counter. And this is you, already on the road. With Turo, this is compact, standard, and full size. This is better than your typical car rental. This is Turo. Download the app today.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get. Until now. Every pair. Every grail. Always available. Always authentic. Never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
The NCAA Baseball Super Regionals presented by Capital One. Beautiful Saturday night in Los Angeles. A look at the bracket. Is Michigan leading this Super Regional, this best of 3. And it matches up with Texas Tech and Oklahoma State. And they're currently on ESPNU in a 5-5 ball game. Oklahoma State, the home team, in Game 2 in Lubbock in that Super Regional. The winner of that, the Lubbock Super Regional, will square off against the winner of the Los Angeles Super. 6, 7, and 8 for Michigan against Jack Ralston in the last of the 2nd inning as Christian Bullock takes strike 1. The junior from Chicago, Jack Blomgren on deck, Joe Donovan to follow in the Michigan 2nd. 1-strike pitch. Out in front, Christian Bullock, and it's got to be challenging, Wes, again, for the hitters to pick up the baseball, and there's some sunlight behind Jack Ralston with his delivery.
I don't know. I don't know that that's a factor. These kids have played baseball since they were 10 years old in all different kind of conditions.
Chopper foul off the bat of Christian Bullock.
I think it's beautiful weather to play a baseball game and pick up the ball. It's just beautiful out here.
And Jack Ralston appears to hide it well. His delivery,
Well, he's 6'5", 6'6", and keep in mind when he is striding, it looks like he could touch you.
Reaching forward, a high chop. Michael Tolia waits on it to come down. Ralston gets over and safe at first base, Christian Bullock. The speed for Michigan, and Bullock is on to lead off the bottom of the second.
Well, you mentioned it. This is all about speed, and when somebody can run and they hit a chopper, and you can see he easily beats it, but the minute that ball was hit, Bullock smelt a hit, and he got a hit.
Leadoff base runner, the 7-hitter, the shortstop, Jack Blomgren, hitting .313. 3 home runs on the year for Blomgren, who had a streak of 33 consecutive games reaching base snapped in the loss to Ohio State in the opening round of the Big Ten tournament.
Now Bullock at first, 11 out of 12 stolen bases.
We just saw Jack Blomgren checking his belt after getting a sign. What's he doing? Besides popping up the bunt, that was not on that card, I'm guessing.
Well, some coaches nowadays are given different signs,
like
in
a number
different
sequence.
ways. Yeah,
Could
they can. You know, I've seen it done in women's softball. I've seen it done with many different teams. It's just a different way to give signs.
Jack Blomgren, Michigan shortstop. Christian Bullock, the runner at first base. Ralston again working from the stretch. Fires over to first, and Jack Blomgren's been dealing with a back issue he sustained in Corvallis. Hitter that's moved just about everywhere in the lineup this year for the Wolverines. And Eric Bakich saying, look, he's our toughest guy, so you know he had to be really feeling it when he had to miss a couple of games up in Corvallis. Suffered in game 1 of that regional. Runner goes, reaching for it, ground ball. Chase Strumpf has one play. Throws to first as Christian Bullock running keeps Michigan out of the double play.
Well, it is a hit and run, and how do we know it's a hit and run? That ball was outside and away, not a strike, but Blomgren forcing on the hit and run to put it in play, and he does a good job of putting it in play, and Strumpf makes a really good decision. The play's right in front of him, but he knows he doesn't have a chance at Bullock at second. Gets the out. Wolverines in business here in the bottom of the second, playing as the home team. Big difference tonight. Last night they were the road team. Tonight they are the whole home team.
8-hitter catcher Joe Donovan, sophomore backstop for the Wolverines. 7 home runs on the year. 1 out, Christian Bullock at second base in this 1-1 ball game. Jack Ralston delivers, and a strike on the inner half.
That split finger, though, we have seen a couple good ones from Ralston, but that was it. We just saw, and it's the velocity is going to vary from 84 to 83 to 86 miles an hour, but that one right there is working like a changeup.
Joe Donovan, third team All Big Ten. Ralston spins and throws to second base. Just getting his foot back in there was Christian Bullock. Close play with Chase Strumpf hovering around the bag.
We'll get a look. That's one where the ball beats the runner. The tag does not. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw an inside move from Ralston, just to remind Bullock, we know you're there.
1-1 the count on Joe Donovan.
There's many things you can do to disrupt base runners. You can vary your times when you set, and you can, depending on where they're at, put the runner at second right there. With Bullock, if you run an inside move, it gets his attention as well, and it also gets Eric Bakich attention as well, who's given the signs.
The 1-1. Donovan, a drive left field, going back. Jack Stronach looks. It is gone, and Michigan has the lead. Joe Donovan is 8th of the year. 3-1 Michigan. A no-doubter from the Wolverines catcher.
Well, it's a splitter that didn't do anything. It just was up in the zone, and Donovan did not miss it. We'll get a look at it. Look at the location. Up and 86 miles an hour. Similar to batting practice.
The 9-hitter, Akeo Thomas, the Michigan second baseman, is the batter. 3-1 Wolverines. Called strike to Thomas, 269 with a couple of home runs. What a lift for Michigan. They are 2-0 against UCLA this season, winning last night, winning a game here in March. And the senior has done a nice job defensively so far in this Super Regional.
Well, Michigan making a statement early in this game. You're going to have to beat us, Bruins. We're not going to roll over. This is a different Michigan team to come in that has played the Bruins. And any team that's come in to play the Bruins this year, this is a different team. The Michigan Wolverines, you've noted they beat them here, but this team went up to the Corvallis Regional. Oregon State was the 16th seed in the country, but they won that regional. They did not go home to Michigan. They've been out here on the West Coast, and they are feeling it.
Three and one now on Akeo Thomas as Jack Ralston struggling a little bit here. Pitch count getting up. This is a pitcher for UCLA that's 11-1 and a 2.55 ERA. Run in the first, two more in the second here on the two-run blast from Joe Donovan. And there's a grounder, left side, cut off. Nice play, Matt McClain on to first. And there's two gone. As Michigan a 3-1 lead, each team getting a run in their half of the first inning. And right now the difference, a two-run blast off the bat of Joe Donovan, the Michigan catcher. His 8th of the season. In case you're just joining us and just saw Oklahoma State even that Super Regional, winning on a walk-off wild pitch in Lubbock. And the winner of that Super Regional will take on the winner of this Super Regional at the College World Series. Jeff Criswell, who saved last night's game, starting for Michigan today, and now has a 3-1 lead after Joe Donovan's two-run homer. Top of the order, Jordan Wogu, who doubled and scored in the first, is the batter. Some struggles for Jack Ralston in Michigan getting to him. 3 runs on 4 hits for the Wolverines and a 3-1 lead as Michigan trying to advance to the College World Series with a win tonight for the first time since 1984.
Well, we've talked about the UCLA offense. There's no place that a pitcher can breathe. Same holds true for this Michigan Wolverine lineup. When you talk, the first 4 hitters in their lineup all have double-digit home runs. As a matter of fact, all 4 of them have 12.
2-0 on Jordan Wogu. Grounded to short. Ryan Kreidler gobbles it up. Throws high to first, pulling Michael Tolia off the bag, but he tags Jordan Wogu going by to retire the side. But Joe Donovan giving Michigan the lead.
Well, Donovan took advantage of a hanging changeup. So far in this Super, it's all Wolverines.
When you rent a car on Turo, you're renting from a real person. No shuttle rides, no waiting in line, and no wandering a car lot. This is your rental counter. And this is you, already on the road. With Turo, this is compact, standard, and full size. This is better than your typical car rental. This is Turo. Download the app today.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get. Until now. Every pair. Every grail. Always available always authentic, never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
Some news and notes around the Super Regionals, and Bobby Miller carried a no-hitter into the ninth for Louisville as they closed out East Carolina. Florida State winning Game 1 in Baton Rouge. Mike Martin and the Noles have gotten hot at the right time of the year. Ryan Kreidler leads off the third for UCLA, followed by Chase Trump and Jake Priest, 2, 3, and 4 against Jeff Criswell.
A big inning for Criswell. For Michigan, Donovan just gave him a 2-run lead with that 2-run blast. His job right now, make sure the Bruins do not score in this inning.
UCLA playing from behind again. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kreidler a fly out in the first inning. But we mentioned that Bobby Miller for Louisville carried that no-hitter into the ninth. Interesting move by Dan McDonnell in Louisville in the ninth inning of that ball game. 1-1 from Kreidler, or to Kreidler is ball 2. And in the bottom of in the 8th inning, Dan McDonnell hit for his catcher.
That tells you he's not superstitious.
And so a new catcher comes in to try to finish off the no-hitter for Louisville, and it didn't work as he gave up the hit.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with it. Nothing.
You've been in that position in terms of managing a team.
Right.
If a guy's got a no-hitter, would you ever yank the catcher in the 9th inning?
No, but I'm just telling you that it didn't have anything to do with why the kid got a hit and broke it up. That's all.
But it is weird, right? Kreidler rips it foul.
Well, Kreidler helped him out on a 3-ball count. That's a ball.
Kreidler drafted by the Cubs out of high school in the 30s and was a 4th-round pick by the Tigers on Tuesday. Full count leading off the 3rd against Jeff Criswell. And Kreidler hits on the ground, backhanded, goes off the glove of Jack Blomgren into left, and Ryan Kreidler is on, and there was some contact with the first baseman. Jimmy Kurz, the first base umpire. Scott Kennedy pointed at it, and Kreidler bumped into Kerr over there. It'll be a hit. Now, Ryan Kreidler probably would not have gone to second base.
Well, we'll get a look at it right here. No,
Looked like Kreidler may have grabbed Kerr.
No,
actually.
That's Kreidler with some gamesmanship right there. And first base umpire Scott Kennedy, for the time being, bought it.
Well, both Kerr and Kreidler were drafted by the Tigers, so in a few weeks when they report and if they get contracts signed, I'm sure they can chat about that in the clubhouse. Chase Trump singled in the first inning. Leadoff hit for UCLA to start the 3rd. I guess, is that kind of like a flop in basketball? Was that James Harden-esque?
Well, let me put it this way. If it was pro ball, they would have already talked about it.
Well, they may have been talking about it.
They might have talked about it already. You see Kerr's got a little smirk on his face.
On the ground to 3rd, scooped up, Blake Nelson to 2nd. Akeo Thomas on the 1st. Around the horn, they get 2. 5-4-3 on the double play.
Well, perfectly executed double play. Nelson over to Thomas, over to Kerr, and just like that, the Wolverines shut down this little mini rally of the Bruins. You see an excited Criswell.
2 outs, nobody on for Jake Priest, who was hit by a pitch in the first inning. As Michigan playing Priest to pull 3 Wolverines to the left of second base. Fouled away by the cleanup batter and DH for the Bruins.
You see Criswell, that fastball's at 95, so if anybody's wondering, is he going to be okay after he closed last night's game?
He's good.
He's just fine.
One strike pitch to Priest. In on the hands, loop to second base. Akeo Thomas makes the catch.
When you rent a car on Turo, you're renting from a real person. No shuttle rides, no waiting in line, and no wandering a car lot. This is your rental counter. And this is you, already on the road. With Turo, this is compact, standard, and full size. This is better than your typical car rental. This is Turo. Download the app today.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get. Until now. Every pair. Every grail. Always available. Always authentic. Never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
Jordan Brewer on deck for Michigan, and he went on deck with Wes Clements.
What made you decide to go to Michigan?
You know, I've been growing up as a Michigan boy. It's always been a dream to come here.
So if you're good in football, I need to know.
It was pretty good.
Okay, well, there we go. Were you recruited to play collegiate football?
Yes, sir. I was with Jim Harbaugh. I had a meeting with him and everything.
You got drafted this year.
Yes, sir.
What was that feeling like?
Banging on my door because my computer had a delay.
Right.
And all of a sudden, Dom let the guys come in. They all just jumped on me, and I saw my name pop up, and I just started crying, and they all started hugging me. It was an unreal experience.
Who cooks?
I cook. Come on.
Worst singer in the club?
Ooh, Joey Baggs.
Best dancer on the club?
Jordan Uwogu.
So Jordan Brewer due up second this inning, 2, 3, and 4 for Michigan, leading at 3-1. Jesse Franklin grounded out in the first. Fouled back, 0-2.
Mr. Brewer, he's a great kid. I mean, nothing but smiles all the time when he's in the dugout. Likes to have fun, which you should. When you play at a high level in sports, you have to have fun.
Oh, 2 pitch. There's a high chop. Jack Ralston waits for it to come down. One gone in the last of the third inning. Here comes Brewer, who had an RBI in the first inning on a ground out, and the Big Ten Player of the Year. 3-1 lead for Michigan. There's Jordan Brewer's dad. Been a big week, certainly, for the Brewer family, with Jordan going in the third round to the Houston Astros. Brewer gets under it. Garrett Mitchell coming over and in. The center fielder makes the two-handed catch.
You see him almost to second base on a fly ball to left. If you're a kid, a youngster, that's how you run the bases. Don't see that enough nowadays.
2 outs, nobody on. And the cleanup batter, Jimmy Kerr, singled in the first inning. Jack Ralston needs a quick inning considering the elevated pitch count through the first 2 innings, and he's retired the first 2 hitters in quick order here in the third. One on Jimmy Kerr. Ralston, last 15 innings, he's been touched up. And after a great start to the year, maybe running out of gas here at the end of the season, clearly the most he has ever pitched in a season. As Ralston, the fourth-year junior, redshirted his first year at UCLA, didn't see the mound his entire redshirt freshman year, pitched sparingly last season as a third-year sophomore, and forced his way into the rotation this year for John Savage. Strike three called at the knees, second strikeout for Jack Ralston. 3 up, 3 down for Michigan in the third. As we head to the fourth, Michigan a 3-1 lead, and Jack Ralston trying to keep his team in it.
When you rent a car on Turo, you're renting from a real person. No shuttle rides, no waiting in line, and no wandering a car lot. This is your rental counter. And this is you, already on the road. With Turo, this is compact, standard, and full size. This is better than your typical car rental. This is Turo. Download the app today.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get. Until now. Every pair. Every grail. Always available. Always authentic. Never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
3-1 lead for Michigan. We go to the fourth. Along with Wes Clements, Roxy Bernstein, joined by the head coach and the Pac-12 Coach of the Year, John Savage, from the UCLA dugout. And John, your team has been in this situation before. You look at the regional round, you had to win 3 games when facing elimination. What was the mood like with your team pregame, knowing that they were in a similar spot?
You know, it's pretty loose. I mean, focused. I mean, knowing what's at hand. You know, I mean, whenever you lose a tough game last night, you know, you have to battle back on Saturday. So, nothing really any different. Just knowing that, hey, this is you're up against a little bit. Let's go out and play our game.
Well, John, what do you need to do offensively against Criswell? Based on what he's shown you so far? You know,
we had our chances to really get several more than we did in the first, but we got to let him get that fastball up a little bit and hit that secondary pitch. And he's 92, 95, I believe, and he's got a good changeup. So, he's tough. I mean, especially pitching last night and coming back today, it was pretty impressive.
Your guy, Jack Ralston, has been so wonderful for you all season long. What are you seeing with him tonight?
He just made a mistake against Donovan, probably the wrong pitch. You blame that on me. I mean, it was 1-1 and didn't like that pitch and hit it out. And they've done a good job touching the ball with 2 strikes, especially in the first inning. Brewer had a good at-bat. Franklin had a good bat, getting the run over, getting them in. That was pretty good. They battled, and then, like I said, it was just a poor pitch selection, really, against Donovan.
John, thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
John Savage, the head coach of the Bruins. Michael Tolia leading off the fourth, and it's 3-0.
Well, you like the honesty from John Savage, telling us all. That's on me. I called the wrong pitch.
As John Savage, the pitching guru, really, of college baseball, and he calls every pitch, and he was hard on himself there. Saying that I made the wrong choice in pitch, and unfortunately my pitcher paid for it.
Well, head coaches and pitching coaches, people that call pitches, are going to second guess themselves at all times. And John's already concluded that was a bad pitch to call. Second consecutive inning, the Bruins had a leadoff hitter on.
Runner at first. Noah Cardenas, a ground out of the first. Michael Tolia running. And the throw down to second base. Tolia with a steal. Short hopped, and Akeo Thomas gloved it and then tried to get the glove down to the 6'5" Tolia. And Michael Tolia in Michigan may want to challenge this.
Well, we'll take a look at the jump. It's a great jump. You see Tolia checking in at the dish. Now, Cardenas I can't tell if Cardenas might have missed a sign, a possible hit and run. We take a look. Boy, is that close.
Very close play at second base. Again, the ruling on the field is safe and a steal for Michael Toglia.
That, we're talking about where his spikes on the bag. That's how close this play is. Watch his spikes. When do they get? Well, the other view we had.
Is the glove on him right there?
Well, it's tough. We're going to get a different look, maybe a much better look here. No, we can't tell there. I think the very first one we saw, this one here is going to be the best view we have, and I think they have. So, right, that is close.
Can you tell? Okay, it's awfully close, and I'm looking at it, Wes.
Here, this is going to be good, right here.
Is the glove on him yet?
Hold on, it's not. Now it is. And this is
I think he's out.
Maybe.
Can I say it with 100% certainty?
Well, if you're going to call him out, you better make sure. And right there, if you were to guess, it looks like the bottom spike of the bottom right there. It doesn't look like it's on the bag for me. Does it for you?
I don't think so.
But again, if you're going to overturn something, you have to be 100% sure, for me, in my mind.
And there has to be 100% indisputable evidence to overturn a call.
Correct. I mean, there's some great replays by our truck right there.
And they call him out. He's out. They saw enough to overturn the call, and Michigan wins the challenge. Caught stealing after leadoff walk. And the second time in this Super Regional, Michael Toglia has been thrown out trying to steal. It happened once last night. And to strike him out, throw him out, double play.
Well, that out is a huge out in this game. Michigan has come into Jackie Robinson Stadium and basically told the Bruins, you're going to have to beat us, not the other way around. You're going to have to beat us. This is a different feel for the Bruins. John Savage's club has 15 outs left in this game, and the Bruins have 15 outs.
Two 2-0 on the freshman catcher, Noah Cardenas. Jeff Criswell gave up a run in the first. He's been dealing with traffic, but only the one run allowed. And a called strike makes it 2-1.
And then keep in mind, Criswell just had a 4-pitch walk to Toglia. And you think you don't get a jolt of adrenaline when you get a replay out go in your favor as a pitcher?
Not necessarily a good ratio, but it's working. He's only allowed the one run. Held back by Cardenas. 2-2 on the UCLA catcher. And for Jeff Criswell, the first team all Big Ten performer. Went 7 2/3 against Cincinnati up in Corvallis last Saturday. Gave up 4 runs, 3 earned, 8 hits with 9 strikeouts and a 10-4 Michigan win. And Cardenas, did he go? No swing, says Scott Kennedy at first base.
Wow. I've seen this called strike 3 a lot. It's a good call. Very good call. You think umpiring is easy. You just think of the call that Linus Baker made at second base. I mean, he was, what, a half an inch from being perfect on a play that close?
Full count on Cardenas. Jack Stronach on deck for UCLA. Jeff Criswell's 3-2. And it's strike 3 called. Cardenas caught looking.
That's right down the middle. I think Cardenas knew it. It was somehow trying to hope that it was called a ball. It's right down the middle.
First strikeout for Jeff Criswell. 2 gone in top half of the fourth. Jack Stronach, soft liner to short in the second. He's 0 for 1. So the #1 national seed, UCLA, trailing in this ball game, trailing in this Super Regional. As Stronach lines it to left, Christian Bullock is there. Side retired. We go to the bottom of the fourth. 3-1 Michigan.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get. Until now. Every pair. Every grail. Always available. Always authentic. Never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
Life says choose. Even when it comes to your bed, spring or foam or... Ooh, that's new. At Casper, we say choose both with the all-new hybrid mattress, combining the cozy embrace of foam and that supportive something spring brings for a new kind of comfort that knows no compromise. Because at Casper, we think more people should have their cake and eat it in bed too. Choose both with the all-new hybrid mattress.
Ain't nothing better than a night like this. No, there ain't nothing better than a night like
Welcome
this.
everyone to Omaha, Nebraska, home of the College World Series.
Ain't nothing better than a night like this.
It is caught! Gets one to hit, drives it to right. This one is gone! And the Beavers are on top of the college baseball world again.
College World Series starts June 15th from TD Ameritrade Park in Omaha. Oregon State winning it last year. UCLA hoping that another Pac-12 team can bring home the crown, but they're in real trouble against Michigan. In fact, the higher seeds have not done very well so far in the Supers, especially when you look at the #1 national seed, UCLA. The #2 national seed, Vanderbilt, was crushed by Duke in Nashville. 1-0 pitch. Tap foul at home plate by Blake Nelson, who struck out in the first.
Well, how about what happened in North Carolina? Sonny Galloway's Auburn club came back and scored 9 runs in the 8th and 9th innings to beat Mike Fox's North Carolina club 11-7. 27 outs. You need.
1-1 pitch. Good breaking ball from Ralston. 5, 6, and 7 for the Wolverines here in the home fourth. Christian Bullock, Jack Blomgren to follow for Michigan. Last night a 3-2 win for the Wolverines over the #1 national seed Bruins. One-two pitch. Hit on the ground past the diving Michael Tolia. Leadoff single for Michigan to start the last of the fourth. Hit number 5 for Michigan. Christian Bullock singled and scored in the second coming up.
This is such an advantage for Michigan right now. Nelson has not been caught one time stealing base. He's 15 out of 15. He's at first base. And we already know Bullock, who's at the dish right now, can fly. This is an advantage Michigan. This is a different feel for this game for me. Normally the teams that come in to play the Bruins assert themselves. And they have the entire year. Michigan has done what the Bruins have done to every opponent, but they have done it to the Bruins.
And UCLA came out, got a run immediately in the top half of the first against Jeff Criswell. As Bullock looks at a strike. As Garrett Mitchell, a singled lead off the game, would score in a ground out for Michael Tolia. But then Michigan at the bottom of the first manufactured a run after a leadoff double from Jordan Wogu. Ground out from Jesse Franklin got him to third. And then scoring on a Jordan Brewer ground out. And right now the difference, a 2-run blast off the bat of Joe Donovan, his 8th home run of the season in the second inning. 1-strike pitch. 1-1.
And John Savage calls the pitches, but it puts a lot of pressure on him because when you have somebody like Nelson at first base that has not been caught one time this year stealing a base, now he's got to factor that into the pitches that he calls. So might he have to throw more fastballs? The answer is yes. When you have somebody like Nelson at first, of course you have to throw more fastballs. And then you see the throw overs and things like that. Now, when a pitcher has to worry about somebody at first base, it obviously could affect his focus when he throws the ball to home plate. And Bullock loves hitting behind somebody like Nelson because he knows he's going to get a lot of fastballs.
Swing and a miss by Christian Bullock. In case you're wondering, with the 51-10 record, UCLA has lost 2 in a row just once this season. And one of those was to Michigan. They lost the second game of a doubleheader to Sacramento State back on March 3rd. And then the first game of the Dodger Stadium College Baseball Classic, which started here at Jackie Robinson Stadium on Friday the 8th of March, as Michael Tolia is able to flag that one down. Back to first, and beating the relay throw is Christian Bullock, but UCLA forces Nelson at second base. But the Bruins losing 2-1 to Sac State, a team that won the WAC that was at the Stanford Regional, and then losing the next game, which was to Michigan right here. As the first 2 days of the Dodger Stadium College Baseball Classic were played here before on the Sunday it moved to Dodger Stadium.
Don't look now. Bullock at first base, same situation Ralston faces that he did when Nelson was over there. Bullock's 11 for 12. Good hit and run situation for Michigan.
Christian Bullock at first, bluffs going and a pitch out. Cardenas throws down to first, and Christian Bullock gets back.
It's one thing. You will see more pitch outs from John Savage than you see from most head coaches. He's very aware of the opponent. But when you waste a pitch out, as you take a look at the offense, 94 stolen bases, led the Big Ten.
Michigan, you look at their production this year, and the best offensive club in the Big Ten, and not just the steals, which you were alluding to, but Michigan leading the Big Ten in batting average, on base percentage, runs, walks, and stolen bases. Ralston moves over to first again, and also the Wolverines, 3.54, the best ERA in the Big Ten, so the best offensive club and the best pitching staff in the Big Ten. But Wolverines finished just a half game behind Indiana, who won the Big Ten, and then Nebraska won the Big Ten tournament championship. Two 2-0 on Jack Blomgren. Ground out in the second, the 7-hitter.
Well, there's many ways that you can bother a base stealer at first base if you're a pitcher. You can vary your times when he comes to a set. You can vary the times it takes you before you throw it to the plate. But other than that, there's not a lot you can do.
2-0 pitch.
And you can see, John Ralston right there, how quick he's trying to get the ball to the plate. Similar to what is a slide step, and a slide step would be his landing foot doesn't get off the ground that high at all, and he's trying to get the ball to home plate quicker. And this is all because of speed, and this is what speed does on the base pass.
Strike. 3-1 on Jack Blomgren. Some stirring in the UCLA bullpen. Nate Hadley is getting up.
We'll get a look. You see his plant foot. It's not coming off the ground that much, and effectively that could be considered a slide step, as you see Hadley up in the bullpen for the Bruins.
Runner goes. Strike called. Cardenas throw down to second, diving in with a steal. Christian Bullock is safe at second base. And for Bullock, his 12th steal, and he runs into scoring position here with one out.
That's just flat out speed outrunning the ball. It's a great jump. Watch the jump. It's a good jump. Not a great one, but this is just speed outrunning the ball.
Jack Ralston was taken in the 7th round by the Cardinals earlier this week. Full count, 1 out. Pitch hit on a line right at Ryan Kreidler, goes to a knee. And Christian Bullock, smart base running, is able to get back. And there's 2 away, and Joe Donovan coming up. And the last time he stepped up, he left the yard in a big way for the Wolverines.
Well, it was a changeup up. You heard John Savage say it's his bad. He wish he wouldn't have called it, but he doesn't miss it.
8th home run for Joe Donovan, and it's the difference right now. 3-1 Michigan, 2 down, last of the 4th inning.
This doesn't happen a lot when you're facing the number 1 pitching staff in the country, but with first base open and Thomas on deck.
Strike 1.
You do not give in to Donovan right now, especially with first base open, Thomas on deck, 2 home runs, just 26 RBIs.
With the stolen base attempts, Michael Tolley went in feet first. Christian Bullock went in head first with a dive. How did you teach it to your players when you were stealing second base? Donovan to right. Hold that thought. We'll get back to it. 1 hit, 1 left. 3-1 Michigan to the 5th.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get until now. Every pair, every grail, always available, always authentic, never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
We ask these creatures of comfort what it's like to sleep on a Casper. Some things just don't need words.
Michigan as we go to the 5th inning at Jackie Robinson Stadium with Wes Clements, Roxy Bernstein with you. We're joined by the head coach of the Michigan Wolverines, Eric Bakich, and your squad up 3-1. And what have you seen from Jeff Criswell tonight, Eric, after he closed out the game for you last night?
You know, he's battling out there. He's doing a good job of getting out of some jams. There, you know, UCLA's got a good offense. They've hit the mistakes that he's made up in the zone, and you know, he's going to have to do a better job of getting ahead of the hitters. He's just fell behind a few too many times, too many, you know, 1-0, 2-0 counts. But, you know, he's got a good defense behind him, so just got to stay connected with those guys and let them play.
Well, your offense has been so impressive to me. You haven't scored a lot of runs, but it's how you do it, the pressure your offense puts on a pitching staff of the Bruins. The speed, it's just tremendous.
There's a line drive. Jeremy Idens is single the lead off to 5th.
Yeah, you know, it's a balanced lineup. It's dynamic from the standpoint it's speed and power, and we like the threats that we have up and down the lineup. And when guys are stringing quality at bats together, and we've got guys like Chris Bullock who can you know, beat out an infield single, steal a base, and then, you know, we've got some home run threats in there too. So, you know, we feel like there's multiple threats in there. There's different ways to score, and that's just what we are. We're just you know, a 9-man run scoring unit. It's not about, you know, individual swings. Everybody's, you know, just wanting to string QABs together so we can, you know, score the most runs we can score.
Well, the big hit tonight so far, Eric, has come from Joe Donovan, your catcher. What has he meant to your program?
Well, so much more than we have time for on an interview here. He's an unbelievable kid. His family story is incredible. I'm sure you guys have spent some time talking about that with the passing of his older brother. But just a tremendous leader. Tremendous backstop behind the plate, but just brings a ton of energy, a ton of positive energy to our team, to our program, and just you know, really proud of this guy and how he's grown not only as a player but as a person.
Eric, thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
Okay, guys, thanks a lot.
Eric Bakich, the head coach of Michigan. Jeremy Idens, the leadoff single, is 2 for 2. Matt McClain grounded out in the 2nd. showing bunt. 2-0 the count, and Eric Bakich alluding to Charlie Donovan. Joe Donovan's older brother who tragically passed away. He was the Gatorade Player of the Year for the state of Illinois and was headed to Michigan. He got drafted by the Brewers, but a kid that had a 4.36 GPA in high school, volunteered in homeless shelters, youth sports programs. He died in 2015, tragically, after graduating high school and before he enrolled at Michigan. Called strike.
Well, this is
Matt McLean.
Third consecutive inning that the Bruins had the leadoff hitter on. They're 0 for 2 in the previous 2 innings.
Leadoff runner is reaching for the 5 innings. And that's why Joe Donovan wears number 0, the catcher for Michigan, honoring his older brother. Jeremy Idens leads at first base, and bluffing a throw over is Jeff Criswell. McLean bunts. Jimmy Kerr has no play at first. Some indecision cost Michigan there. Jimmy Kerr was hesitant. Jeff Criswell couldn't get over the second baseman. Akeo Thomas couldn't get to first, and that's a bunt hit for Matt McLean.
Well, bunting is all about location, and this is located perfect. There's no chance for Thomas to get over, and this is an outstanding located bunt.
2 on, nobody out to the top of the order for UCLA and Garrett Mitchell.
And there you see the signs going out to the infield. Are they going to play? Are they expecting UCLA to bunt right now and get the tying runs in scoring position with 1 out? I don't know if I would do that. Garrett Mitchell has been one of the catalysts of your offense. And he's got power and he can find a gap in a heartbeat. But with that being said, if you're Michigan expecting Mitchell to bunt, it bodes well for Mitchell because he should see a fastball.
Strike 1 from Criswell. 94 from the Michigan right-hander. Mitchell a single in the first. He had 2 triples against LMU in 1 game last weekend. In fact, Garrett Mitchell had 4 triples in a weekend against Washington late in the season. And the Huskies, who made the College World Series and went to Omaha last year. Mitchell, a liner to right. Jordan Brewer on the move, slides and makes the catch. The runners have to get back. Terrific read by Jordan Brewer. He is a tremendous defensive outfielder and has an athleticism, which you talked about with him, right there on display.
Yeah, he's a tremendous athlete, and we see it big time right here. And if this score holds true, and this is how the game ends, remember this play right here. 1st and 2nd with no outs. And if Brewer doesn't get there, that ball's to the wall. Garrett Mitchell is on 3rd, and the Bruins have tied this game.
Big defensive play from the Big Ten Player of the Year. 2 on, 1 out. Ryan Kreidler lines it over 3rd, foul. Just out in front.
Roxy, as we see the Auburn score 11-7, I do want to apologize to Butch Thompson, who's the head coach at Auburn. Doing a great job there.
I hope he accepts your apology.
Well, my bad.
Kreidler singled in the 3rd. He is 1 for 2. Jeremy Idens at 2nd, Matt McLean at 1st. On Kreidler is UCLA's biggest threat of the night, coming back in the 1st against Criswell. And he was able to minimize the damage as UCLA had the bases loaded with 1 out, but only got 1 run.
That's just a great pitch on a 1 strike. It's right on the inside part
of the dish.
Oh, 0-2 on the Bruins shortstop. On the ground, past Bryant Ward coaching third. Bryant Ward, college teammate at East Carolina of Eric Bakich, the head coach of Michigan. There's Bryant Ward, UCLA's third base coach. In fact, Eric Bakich was the left fielder one season. Bryant Ward played third. And Michigan's third base coach, Eric Schnabel, was the second baseman. And Cliff Godwin, the head coach at East Carolina currently, was the catcher on that team at East Carolina. Kreidler fights it off. Count holds 0-2 on Ryan Kreidler.
Boy, Criswell's fastball is still hitting 95 through 5 innings now. He has been tremendous.
UCLA out hitting Michigan 6-5, but the Wolverines lead at 3-1. Tense moments right now here in the middle innings of Game 2 of the Super Regional. Outside to Ryan Kreidler, it's 1-2.
It's a good take. I wouldn't be surprised if Criswell, they go right back to that same pitch. When you see a hitter flinch like that on that type of pitch, just throw it again. See if he can hold up twice in a row. Very, very difficult to do as a hitter.
Ball and 2 strikes. 2 aboard for Kreidler. Jeremy Idens leads at second. Matt McLean at first. Terrific speed aboard for UCLA. And the 1-2. Did he go? Yes, he did, said plate umpire Brandon Cooper. Second strikeout for Jeff Criswell, 2 gone.
That's exactly what they do. They go right back a little bit better. A hitter will tell you what pitches are going to give him trouble. And you saw the flinch on the 0-2 slider, and they went right back to it.
2 on, 2 out, leaves it up to Chase Strumpf. A single in the first. He's 1 for 2 tonight. UCLA at 2 on with nobody out. Runners at first and second. They're still there now with 2 down. Ball 1.
Just a different feel for me. This is an uncomfortable position for the Bruins. They haven't been in a place like this the entire year. They understand that Michigan could score more runs. Not the case normally when they're facing somebody else in that dugout. This Michigan team is much, much different than they're used to facing.
The 1-0 pitch.
And
nice scoop by Donovan.
And that's not to take anything away from the teams that they have faced in this yard in the Pac-12, because there's some great clubs that have come in here. But this Michigan team, I could just feel, they just sense something different from them. They came in here on a high, winning the Corvallis Regional. They've already beaten the Bruins here. They beat them last night.
2-0 the count. Big spot for the 3-hitter for the Bruins, Chase Strumpf. 3-0 the count. UCLA had to come back through the losers bracket. Last weekend they beat Baylor, who has a tremendous offense, and eliminated Steve Rodriguez's Baylor Bears, an 11-6 victory. They did trail in that game. In fact, they won 3 games. 1 against Baylor, 2 against LMU, and facing elimination. And they're staring at it tonight. They're loaded for Jake Priest. Jeremy Idens to third, Matt McLean at second. Priest 0 for 1, a line out, and a hit by pitch tonight for the DH for the Bruins.
Well, this is the beauty of baseball. It's the best game in the world. Last night, Priest had an opportunity with runners at first and third with one out to tie the game up for the Bruins, and this was the matchup. Chris Well came out of the bullpen, and he got Priest to pop it up. And I can tell you from a hitter, you can't wait for the matchup to happen again. And we have it coming up right now.
Chris Fetter out to the bullpen, or rather to the mound, I should say, as we have some stirring in the bullpen for the first time tonight. Isaiah Page begins to get loose. 3-1 Michigan, bases loaded, 2 down. And Jake Priest, the cleanup batter, and interesting that John Savage moving some parts around in the lineup tonight. Michael Tolia is on deck, who leads UCLA in homers and RBIs. But Jake Priest now in the cleanup spot, and a big spot for the senior with his team down a couple of runs in the 5th inning. Skies it in the infield. Calling for it. Akeo Thomas, the second baseman, puts it away. And Criswell leaves them loaded. Jeff Criswell wiggles out of it and keeps it a 3-1 ball game.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get. Until now. Every pair. Every grail. Always available. Always authentic. Never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
Question, isn't it? When? Yesterday they said tomorrow. Today they're saying a week from now. At this rate,
Good night, Bill. And good night, Will. Good night, Jack. And good night, Jill.
The magic of bedtime, brought to you by Casper. Try the mattress for 100 nights at Casper.com.
The NBA Finals are back in Toronto for Game 5 Monday, with the Raptors looking to win their first championship. And the Warriors trying to force a Game 6 back at Oracle. Coverage starts NBA Countdown at 8:30 Eastern on ABC and the ESPN app, as Toronto winning both. The Raptors winning Games 3 and 4 in Oakland. And now it shifts back to Toronto for Game 5. 9-1-2 for Michigan in the home 5th. Akeo Thomas, Jordan Wogu, Jesse Franklin against Jack Ralston. As Thomas a ground out in the 2nd inning.
The basketball series is effectively over, isn't it?
No.
Absolutely. 3-1, you're not going to beat Toronto up there. They're just a better team. They play defense better.
They're not a better team than the Warriors. The best player in the world is hurt. Hasn't played yet in the finals. 1 ball, 1 strike. You know how many times the Warriors, just in the playoffs alone, have won 3 straight games under Steve Kerr?
Go ahead.
17 times.
It's not going to happen this year. Analytic that.
1-1 pitch. Just missed to Akeo Thomas. And it's 2 balls and a strike on the Michigan second baseman, leading off the 5th. The 2-1 pitch. Fooled him. 2-2. For more coverage of the Division I baseball regionals and interactive brackets, go to ncaa.com. See where the Michigan Wolverines and the UCLA Bruins, the winner of the LA Super Regional will match up with the Lubbock Super Regional, which is going to a third game. With Oklahoma State winning today after the Red Raiders won yesterday in Lubbock.
Well, this is a big, gigantic pitch for the UCLA Bruins. Michigan already up 2 on you, can ill afford to have a leadoff hitter reach.
Strike 3 call. We've had a combined 5 strikeouts in this game, 3 for Ralston and 2 for Jeff Criswell, all looking in this game.
Well, it's just a good fastball, down, well located, and a big out for Jack Ralston.
1 gone, back to the top of the order. Jordan Wogu doubled and scored in the first. He is 1 for 2 tonight. Joe Donovan, a 2-run homer in the 5th, and a 3-1 lead for Michigan here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Jackie Robinson Stadium in Los Angeles on a beautiful Saturday night in Southern California. If UCLA is to come back and win, we would have game 3 for you tomorrow night, also at 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 Eastern, right here at Jackie Robinson Stadium.
It's a danger part of this Wolverine lineup, and it starts right off the bat with Wogu. First 4 hitters in the Michigan lineup all have 12 home runs.
2-0 pitch. Hit on a line to right, and it sinks in front of Jeremy Idens. Second hit for Jordan Wogu. And Michigan a 1-out base runner for Jesse Franklin. Franklin a couple of ground outs, 0 for 2 tonight. So a good night for Jordan Wogu, who's had a solid Super Regional to this point. And if we are to play tomorrow night, Tommy Henry slated to start for Michigan. He has been battling the flu all week. He is slated to start tomorrow night for Eric Bakich and the Wolverines. And for UCLA, in all likelihood, it will be Nick Nastrini making the start. But this one is skied foul ground. Matt McClain near the coaching box. 2 outs in the last of the 5th inning. And that'll bring up Jordan Brewer. 0 for 2 with an RBI. But that's if UCLA can come back, as they've been held in check by Michigan pitching so far. And a 3-1 lead for the Wolverines after a 3-2 win here last night.
Interesting time here. You just wonder if Eric Bakich is going to let Wogu try to steal a bag.
Would you send him?
I have no problem. He's 15 out of 17.
Called strike on the outside edge to Jordan Brewer.
Now, the flip side of this conversation is Brewer's got 12 home runs and 54 RBIs. And in one swing, he can make this lead 5-1. But if stealing bases is a part of your game, don't stop.
Ball and a strike on Jordan Brewer. So Michigan a win tonight, and they will advance to the College World Series for the first time since 1984. Proud program, 153rd season of Michigan baseball. Bluffing, Jordan Wogu gets back to first base, and it's a ball and 2 strikes on Jordan Brewer.
Well, now this is a good pitch for Wogu at first to take off. You would expect something soft and off speed down and away, but it's also a good pitch to have a pitch out if you're John Savage.
Jordan Wogu dives back. It's amazing because You know, Michigan was early on in the Big Ten tournament, one strike away from being eliminated. And it was Ohio State that won the Big Ten tournament after Indiana won the regular season, but Michigan battled back, got into the Corvallis Regional, won that, forced to go to a 7th game. And a 3-1 lead here in Game 2 of the Super Regional, trying to close out the #1 national seed. And they were staring at elimination on Monday night against Creighton. And they put up 17 runs against the Blue Jays in a 17-6 win to wrap up that regional and advance here to LA. Wogu running. Throw down to second base. Offline from Noah Cardenas. And a steal for Jordan Wogu. His 16th.
This is a tremendous jump. You want to see what a good jump looks like? Takes a look in. And this is just speed. No different than Bullock, who stole a bag. Watch the jump. But Bullock, early in the game, stole a base on a fastball, which was what the last pitch was.
Head first again into second base.
Oh, yeah, you did ask me that question, didn't you?
It's my fault for not going back to it as Brewer laces one to left. Around third, here comes Wogu. Jack Stronach, throw to the plate. Wogu is out at home plate. An enormous defensive play for UCLA. Jack Stronach throws out Jordan Wogu, trying to score from second base, and he keeps it a 3-1 ball game.
Well, it's a big time throw from Stronach. Did he get him? Yes, he did.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get until now. Every pair, every grail, always available, always authentic, never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
We ask these creatures of comfort what it's like to sleep on a Casper. Some things just don't need words.
The NCAA Baseball Super Regionals presented by Capital One. The other side of the College World Series bracket in the Super Regionals, as Louisville already through. Stan McDonald's Cardinals waiting to see who they will play, either their ACC brethren Duke or the national #2 seed Vanderbilt, as Duke leads that Super Regional 1-0. And a surprising score out of Nashville last night. 3-1 Michigan. Top of the 6th, Michael Tolia, Noah Cardenas, Jack Stronach due up against Jeff Criswell. 72 pitches to this point after he saved last night's game. Michael Tolia out in front, 0 for 1 with an RBI. Ground out in the first, he walked in the fourth. Criswell able to wiggle out of the bases loaded jam in the top half of the 5th inning. Activity in the Michigan bullpen. Isaiah Page, the freshman, is up. We saw him begin to get warm in the 5th inning as Michael Tolia takes ball 1.
Well, I'm sure Michigan had a pitch count prior to this game starting for Criswell.
Does it affect your decision, if you're Eric Bakich, that he pitched last night, about how deep you go with Criswell tonight?
Well, I would say no, based on the response we got prior to the game when we talked to him. He said he's fine. It's just he just threw 9 pitches last night, and Nobody knows their players better than their head coach.
2-1 on Michael Toglia. Power hitting first baseman, switch hitter batting left against the righty Criswell. Just off the outside.
Well, Criswell wanted that pitch, but that's a ball. And when you have
There's dad, Michael Toglia's dad.
When you have a 2-run lead, the last thing you want to do as a pitcher is stare at an umpire. You need him on your side. Now Toglia's got to be real selective. He's not the tying run. The tying run is on deck. So this is where, as a hitter, you need to change your mentality. I need to reach base.
And he does. Ball 4. For the 5th time in 6 innings, UCLA with a leadoff base runner. But they only have 1 run to show for it. That came in the 1st inning.
Well, you can only get so many opportunities, especially against a club like Michigan.
And a pitcher like Criswell's first team all Big Ten.
You have 12 outs left as an offense right now if you're the Bruins.
Noah Cardenas, the freshman. Catcher moving up to the 6th spot in the order as he hit 8th last night for UCLA. Michael Toglia at first. He's been thrown out twice in this regional trying to steal. In this super regional. Ball 1.
Yeah, I would not expect Cardenas to take the bat off his shoulders until Criswell proves that he can throw a strike right now. See Rex Peters, who runs the Bruins offense.
One 1-0 on Noah Cardenas. Page tuning up in the bullpen for Michigan. There is a strike. 1-1 on Noah Cardenas.
Well, Cardenas is the perfect candidate to hit a ground ball double play. He doesn't run all that well, so it's the right hitter for Criswell to be facing right now. Makes a lot of contact.
Only loss for Criswell this year, March 23rd to Texas Tech. It's the only loss. And a balk has been called on Criswell. And Michael Toglia will get second base.
That is huge. It is huge. We'll get a look at it. And do you see him turn the entire way? I mean, his foot is on the rubber. You cannot do that. But it's so huge for the Bruins because they're out of the double play possibility right now with Cardenas. And unless something crazy happens, they're going to bring the tying run to the plate at minimum 3 times this inning.
1-1. Noah Cardenas. So Criswell called for the balk. And the pitch. Gets away from Joe Donovan. Michael Toglia scoots over to third. Walk, balk, and now a pass ball. And Michael Toglia at third base with nobody out.
Well, it almost looks like you see Donovan. He's going out to talk to Criswell. It just looks like he got crossed up. That's all it looks like. It looks like Donovan's thinking something off speed's coming. And that was a runner at third and no outs. If you're Michigan, I'm playing infield back. I'm going to concede that run at third. You're just trying to get outs right now.
2-1 and Noah Cardenas. Criswell's pitch. Driven, but slicing fouled on the right side. Now to play. Criswell's lone loss again at Texas Tech. Went 4 2/3 on March 23rd in a game in Lubbock. And an 8-5 Red Raiders win as Criswell gave up 5 runs. And that's the only loss for Jeff Criswell this season.
Well, at times we talked about Criswell. He's going back-to-back days, and it's not the velocity that will suffer, it's the location. that can suffer, especially in situations like this.
Full count. So in succession, UCLA is maybe getting the momentum on their side. Jack Stronach throws out Jordan Wogu trying to score from left field to end the inning. Michael Toglia walks, a balk to second, a pass ball to third.
I wouldn't be surprised if Criswell loses Cardenas. This is his last hitter. He's losing the feel for all of his pitches.
Hit in the air toward foul ground. Jordan Brewer crossing over, makes the catch. Michael Toglia tags and bluffs. The throw from Brewer a bit offline, but Toglia goes back to third base. One out, and Jack Stronach will be the batter for the Bruins. So a big out for Criswell, keeps that runner at third base.
Yeah, there's no way that you could send the runner from third on that play. Not with the tying run coming up 2 more times. You get thrown out there.
Jack Stronach 0 for 2. Strike one. And he's 0 for 3 so far in this Super Regional against Criswell, who Criswell struck out Stronach to end the game last night. And then a line out to short and a fly out to left so far tonight.
Well, he keeps throwing Stronach this good changeup on the outside part. This is imperative that Stronach puts the ball in play right here.
Just missed. Boy, Jeff Criswell stared into the dugout. He wanted that one.
Well, I don't blame him. It's right at the knees, and it's too close for me if you're Stronach to take that pitch. And on top of that, with the runner at third, this is a good pitch to hit. It's right there. It's good enough for me.
A little bit low.
Yeah, of course it's low, but
Joe Donovan is great behind the plate about framing pitches.
Well, I tell you what, if you're looking for a particular pitch, it doesn't have to be a strike for you to hit it good.
Two and one.
Now this is exactly a situation that was similar what you talked about last night. Stronach faced Criswell. And let's see what last night they threw him a changeup when Criswell was behind in the count. Let's see if they do it again. I would expect they're throwing him a changeup right now.
At minimum, he has to get that run home.
100%.
Two and two. Pumped it by him at 93.
He gave him the fastball. Stronach is going to be frustrated he missed that pitch, but now it's just all battle. Your hitter in this situation, it's just battle, fight, expect anything to be thrown, and they have to put this ball in play. If you're a Bruin fan, it's imperative for me. Yes, there's only one out, but
Michael Toglia at third. Fought off by Jack Stronach, and the count holds 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He mixed in a slider right there, and he hung it. See the deep breath by Stronach.
Two and two the count. One down. Michael Toglia leading off third base. Jeff Criswell. Out toward left center. And a hit, and UCLA is within a run. Jack Stronach comes through. 3-2 Michigan. 1 out here in the 6th. Jeremy Idens, who is 2 for 2 tonight, is due up next.
Well, that's just a big at-bat by Jack Stronach. Kind of redeemed himself from last night when he punched out to end the game. You see the UCLA fans are on their feet. And why not? The biggest games of college baseball are being played in 8 regionals, and we got a big one here and a great series going on.
We have a 1-run ball game. Toglia scores. Here is Idens, a couple of singles tonight.
Now this is a good situation to put on a hit and run right off the bat after a big hit. Catch him off guard, put the ball in play, get somebody in scoring position.
Up and in, ball one. Isaiah Page continues to fire away in the Michigan bullpen. 21 come from behind wins for UCLA this season, and 3 last weekend in the regional round. Jack Stronach at first base. There's Page in the distance in the Michigan bullpen. Skied foul, 1-1 on Jeremy Idens. And as you alluded to at the top of the broadcast, as there is Page just standing on the bullpen mound. 3 times this season, UCLA lost the first game of a weekend series. To come back and win the final 2 games of those series, they did it against Stanford, who's playing against Mississippi State in the Starkville Super Regional. They did it against Georgia Tech and also against their crosstown rivals, USC. Nice backhand by Joe Donovan, 2-1.
You're just not seeing a lot of consistency from Criswell right now. You see the occasional well-located fastball and or changeup, but you're not seeing him back after one pitch after the next doing the same. It's just not consistent.
92 pitches for Criswell. Michigan clinging to the lead here in the 6th. Inside, 3-1.
Well, now it's a perfect situation for the Bruins offensively. 3-1 count. You have somebody in Jeremy Idens that more times than not is going to make contact. You put Stronach in motion. Even if Idens hits a ball on the ground, you get Stronach hopefully in scoring position. They cannot turn a double play.
Strike called, runs the count full on Jeremy Idens.
It's just, I mean, it's interesting to me on both ends. That's a good pitch to hit, and the Bruins stay put.
Full count with 1 out. You sending Stronach here?
Absolutely I am. There's just no question. Put him in motion.
He's running. Idens takes ball 4. Second walk this inning issued by Criswell. Jack Stronach at second, Jeremy Idens at first. Here comes Matt McClain, the 9-hitter, and Eric Bakich making his way out of the dugout.
Yeah, this is going to be it.
And Michigan will go to the bullpen. They summon the freshman Isaiah Page, the Southern California native. He's from Diamond Bar. Coming back home this weekend, and he comes into a tough spot, 2 on, 1 out. Michigan protecting a 1-run lead.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get. Until now. Every pair. Every grail. Always available. Always authentic. Never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
Life says choose. Even when it comes to your bed, spring or foam or, ooh, that's new. At Casper, we say choose both with the all-new hybrid mattress, combining the cozy embrace of foam and that supportive something spring brings for a new kind of comfort that knows no compromise. Because at Casper, we think more people should have their cake and eat it in bed too. Choose both with the all-new hybrid mattress.
Well, last night, Jeff Criswell came out of the bullpen to get the final 2 outs and save Game 1 at this Super Regional. His first relief appearance of the season. Then he comes back and starts today working into the 6th inning, and he leaves with Michigan leading it 3-2 as Jeff Criswell, 5 1/3 tonight, a couple of strikeouts. He's responsible for the 2 guys on, but saves last night's game, 9 pitches, turns around and throws 95 today.
Well, if you're Michigan, Eric Bakich has to be happy with what he gave him, considering the short day's rest. He gave him an opportunity to win the game, and that's where Michigan nursing a 1-run lead in the top of the 6th.
So the new pitcher is the redshirt freshman, the Southern California native Isaiah Page. He went to Damien High School here in Southern California. 4 starts this year, 20 relief appearances, has a save, a 4-0 record, and a 2.96 ERA. And a pinch hitter for UCLA. This is Jaron Silva batting for Matt McLean, as Silva pinch hit last night in the 9th and led off the 9th with a walk. Sophomore from Stockton. 244 on the season with a home run. 41 at bats. 2 on, 1 out. And Silva takes ball 1. Jack Stronach at second. Jeremy Idens at first base. 3-2 Michigan.
Michigan playing Kerr at first base on the line, no doubles in the top of the 6th. Opens up a big hole.
2-0 on Silva.
On the right side of the infield.
And this inning started with a leadoff walk.
Well, the last thing you want to do is lose Silva to a base on ball and bring up Mitchell with the bases loaded. You got to be real selective if you're Silva here.
Isaiah Page, the redshirt freshman, fouled back and out of play. Two and 1 the count on Silva here. Isaiah Page takes over in a tough spot, trying to keep Michigan in front. Two runners aboard belong to Jeff Criswell. Just a bit high, 3-1 on Jaron Silva.
Now you really got to be selective. I hate to keep talking about it, but when you're chasing a run as a hitter, you've got to be able to take a strike sometime based on the location. If it's not a good pitch and not a good strike for you as a hitter, you need to take it. Now, the last time a 2-0 count, for me, that pitch was not a pitch that Silva could handle.
3-1. Silva hits it in the air to right. Brewer drifting back, has trouble in the twilight, and the last second breaks in and makes the catch. Jordan Brewer had trouble with it, and then the last second darted in. And a scary moment for Jordan Brewer out there in right field.
Well, this is he's a super athlete, and super athletes can do stuff like this. They can lose a ball and then pick it up. How about the dugout? Oh, what just happened? What just happened right there?
2 on, 2 out. I had it all the way. Come on.
There's a Bruin fan that wish he didn't have it all the way. But Garrett Mitchell, here he comes, steps up to the plate. The hottest player the Bruins have had for about the last 6 weeks. Right guy at the right spot if you're a Bruins fan.
2 on, 2 out. Garrett Mitchell 1 for 3, scored back in the first. Top of the UCLA order. And Page misses down and away.
Criswell says, you know what? I'm going to turn my back. You guys tell me what happened. Now he's back.
Should Jack Stronach be at third base right now?
Well, you could see how Jack got a little bit confused out there at second. We'll get that in a second. But
more bullpen activity for Michigan as Mitchell takes ball 2. But Stronach at second base with the fly ball that Brewer had trouble with in right field.
Well, Stronach initially saw it as we saw it, and then he was about 25 feet off the bag at second, and then he realized that Brewer had lost it, so then he tried to go back, and then he realized he caught it, so he ends up staying put. But Michigan's outfield is deep, very, very deep, so they have no opportunity to throw out Stronach on a base hit, and they're in no doubles right now.
High leverage count for Garrett Mitchell. It's 2-0. Mitchell hits it in the air, left center. Jesse Franklin will get there, make the catch. Isaiah Page strands the 2 runners. UCLA gets 1 to make it a 1-run ball game.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get. Until now. Every pair. Every grail. Always available. Always authentic. Never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
This is the box that started it all. The box that changed how people buy mattresses forever. This is the mattress so comfortable, people can't stop giving it 5 stars. This is Casper, the company bringing bedtime back to millions of happy sleepers, 1 box at a time. Try America's #1 rated mattress for 100 nights, risk-free. Unbox better sleep at Casper.com.
3-2 Michigan here in Sunday Night Baseball. One of the top rivalries in Major League Baseball tomorrow night. The Cardinals and the Cubs from Wrigley Field, the friendly confines. Our coverage begins 6 Eastern on ESPN and the ESPN app with Baseball Tonight Sunday Night Countdown. Cardinals and the Cubs. Jake Hirabayashi comes in to play third base after Jaron Silva hit for Matt McClain. Michigan has the middle third of the order in the bottom of the 6th. Jimmy Kerr, Blake Nelson, Christian Bullock due up. As Jack Ralston continues on the mound, Jimmy Kerr 1 for 2, singled back in the 1st. Terrific job by Isaiah Page coming in, getting those 2 outs and keeping Michigan up a run.
Well, this is the thing with this Michigan offense. They led the Big Ten in hitting, and there is no place to breathe. It's very similar to the Bruins lineup.
(2-0). Strike 1. Jeff Criswell gave up 2 runs, 1 earned in his 5 1/3 innings tonight, and is in line for the win if Michigan can hang on and win this. 2-1 pitch hit in the air, left center, moving over. Jack Stronach makes the catch for UCLA, 1 out. Here is Blake Nelson, 1 for 2 tonight. Nelson singled to lead off the 4th. 3-2 Michigan. The Wolverines and UCLA both put up a run in their halves of the 1st inning. And then in the bottom half of the 2nd, Joe Donovan, a 2-run home run, his 8th of the year. And UCLA got a run back in the top half of this inning as Nelson fouls it away. RBI single from Jack Stronach. So Jeff Criswell, his night is done as the Wolverines have turned it over to the bullpen. One strike pitch. the ground to short. Ryan Kreidler on the move. And the big shortstop for UCLA handles it, 2 gone.
Boy, has he really improved with the glove from last year to this year. Last year, he struggled at shortstop. They moved him over to third base. Put Kendall, the freshman, at shortstop. But this year, he has said, that's my position. And boy, has he played it well.
And the Tigers liked it so much, they drafted him in the 4th round earlier this week. Found out Tuesday morning as he was in class. There's a chopper to third, right at Jake Hirabayashi. Cranks it across to first, and a quick 1-2-3. Bottom of the 6th for Jack Ralston. 3-2 Michigan.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get. Until now. Every pair. Every grail. Always available. Always authentic. Never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
This is the box that started it all. The box that changed how people buy mattresses forever. This is the mattress so comfortable, people can't stop giving it 5 stars. This is Casper, the company bringing bedtime back to millions of happy sleepers, 1 box at a time. Try America's #1 rated mattress for 100 nights, risk-free. Unbox better sleep at Casper.com.
Well, defense for Michigan this weekend has been sensational.
Well, it has. You see this 5-4-3 to get him out of a mess early. You have a caught stealing, although it needed a review to be caught in. How about Brewer? Just a sensational athlete. And that catch right there was 1st and 2nd for the Bruins and no outs. And Garrett Mitchell is the one who hit it. That would have scored 2 runs, and Mitchell would have ended up on 3rd.
2, 3, and 4 for UCLA here in the 7th against Isaiah Page. Ryan Kreidler, Chase Trump, Jake Priest, and Ryan Kreidler drives it out towards center. But there for Michigan is Jesse Franklin to make the catch. And there's 1 gone in the top half of the 7th.
And Eric Bakich, head coach for Michigan, is counting outs. He needs 8 more outs to get to move on to Omaha.
Eric Bakich, high school teammate of Pat the Bat, Pat Burrell, at Bellarmine Prep in the Bay Area in San Jose.
That's nice.
Eric Bakich, who went on to play at East Carolina after a couple of years at junior college. San Jose City College.
He's got a lot of big name teammates that he has played with, huh?
Played against Tom Brady in high school.
There you go. Well,
also played against Eric Burns in high school. 2-0 on Chase Strump. 1 for 2 with a walk tonight. As Eric Bakich, his family made the trip. There is Jiffy. She's making sure we're
go ahead.
Getting everything proper tonight.
You say
taking care of Michigan. 2-1 on Chase Strump, and the kids came out here as well. She's got the Watch ESPN app going.
Can't wait for this one.
She has to deal with a little bit of a delay. 2-1 pitch. On the inside edge to Strump, evens the count. Jiffy, a Nashville native. It's funny, Eric Bakich was talking about early on when he had a 13-game ticket package to watch the Nashville Predators, and that was date night when he was coaching at Vanderbilt. 2-2 pitch. Strump fights it off. Disappointed in Bakich, though. Me, of course, being the big San Jose Sharks guy that I am, figuring he's from San Jose, but he abandoned his Sharks for the Predators. Well,
he's an intelligent man.
Not in that regard. Most other facets, yes, I will agree. 2-2 the count on Strumpf. One gone in the 7th. Michigan up 3-2 and trying to close out the Super Regional as Strump takes outside.
Well, it's a big inning for Page. After Strump is Prees and then Tolia.
See, now she knows we're talking about it.
Now that is a delay.
Full count on Strump. Strikeout for Isaiah Page. 2 gone in the 7th.
Well, that's not delayed. That's live, and that's reaction after a punch out. It's an 87-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle.
2 gone in the UCLA 7th. Jake Preece 0 for 2, the batter. Two outs, nobody on. Overshift on, playing Preece to pull, who lines it foul. Down the left field line. Some intense looks on both sides of the field right now. So much on the line for both UCLA and Michigan. The #1 national seed in trouble is the Wolverines. Come out west, they've won the Corvallis Regional. They're in the driver's seat right now of the Los Angeles Regional, Super Regional. And only once has a #1 national seed since 1999 ever been swept in a Super Regional. It was Florida State in 2003. Preece shows bunt.
Well,
interesting.
That'll tell you what tension and pressure and how big the game is. You're talking about a senior. When your team is trailing by 1 run, who could in a second leave the yard and tie the game, is thinking about bunting. Two and
2 on Jake Preece as some of the Wolverines started off the field. They thought it was strike 3. 2 balls, 2 strikes on the Bruins DH.
This is just an unfamiliar position for the Bruins. They haven't been in a place like this. They've had a bullseye on their chest the entire year.
Full count on Jake Preece.
I think when the year started, it was consensus that UCLA and Vanderbilt were the best teams in the country. They proved it out through the course of the season.
Isaiah Page, the pitch. Preece loops it, shallow left, going out. The shortstop, Jack Blomgren, makes the play. A 1-2-3, 7th inning. Stretch time in LA. Michigan up a run.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get. Until now. Every pair. Every grail. Always available. Always authentic. Never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
Question, isn't it? When? Yesterday they said tomorrow. Today they're saying a week from now. At this rate,
Good night, Bill. And good night, Will. Good night, Jack. And good night, Jill.
The magic of bedtime, brought to you by Casper. Try the mattress for 100 nights at Casper.com.
The NCAA Baseball Super Regionals presented by Capital One. Time could be running out on the #1 national seed, UCLA Bruins. They're down to their final 6 outs as a visiting team in Game 2 of the Super Regional. Michigan up 1-0 in the Super and up 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. And the winner of our Super Regional matches up with a Texas Tech Oklahoma State Super, and they'll have a Game 3 tomorrow. Jack Ralston's night is done after 6 innings. giving up 3 runs on 7 hits. Nate Hadley, the 5th-year senior, takes over on the mound.
Ralston did a solid job. Gave up 3 runs, gave his team an opportunity to win the game. In comes Hadley.
Bottom of the order for Michigan. First pitch, ground ball to short. And Jack Blomgren is retired as Michael Tolia leaping off the bag at first base to tag. Blomgren going by for the out. And Kreidler nodding the cap over, tipping the cap toward Michael Tolia at first base, thanking his big first baseman for picking him up.
Well, we talked to him. He said he played hoop in high school. That's when it comes into play. There's some real good athleticism from somebody at 6'5". And first baseman, let's face it, Roxy, they don't get enough credit for being athletic.
And what position did you play?
First.
One gone here in the last of the 7th, and Joe Donovan, a 2-run homer, back in the 2nd. 1 for 2 tonight. Takes strike 1. Nate Hadley worked here last night. Pitched an inning in the 3rd, retiring all 4 batters with a strikeout. '40th appearance for Hadley on the season. 1-1 on Joe Donovan. There is activity in the Michigan bullpen as well as the Bruin pen. 3-2 Michigan, bottom of the 7th. Just missed from Hadley. 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike. Joe Donovan. 8 home runs now on the year for the sophomore catcher. 3rd team All Big Ten this year. And the pitch. Fooled him. 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. On Joe Donovan, slight shift on him to pull the ball. Jack Ralston turning it over to Hadley. And the pitch. Chased one, gets away from Cardenas, picks it up, throws down to first to get the out. The freshman catcher Noah Cardenas quickly pouncing on it. And there's 2 gone in the last of the 7th inning as we check out the other side of the bracket. Vanderbilt, who lost last night, but Vandy leading Duke 2-0 in the 8th inning and looking for more, and Vanderbilt has a no-hitter going. Rocker, working for Vandy, has struck out 15, 104 pitches through 7. Kamar Rocker has walked 2. A no-hitter. And Vandy's just added a run. They're up 3-0, still batting in the 8th. K.O. Thomas 0 for 2. And there is a foul. 0-2 on the 9-hitter and Michigan second baseman. Thomas, who's been terrific defensively at second base in this Super Regional. Had a double and a run here last night. Just missed from Hadley. That breaking ball just fell off the table.
Well, it's a good one. He's had a tremendous year, Hadley has, and that's a part of his arsenal.
1-2 on a K.O. Thomas. Hit in the air to left, right at Jack Stronach. And a 3-up, 3-down, bottom of the 7th. We head to the 8th, 3-2 Michigan.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get until now. Every pair, every grail, always available, always authentic, never sold out. millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
We ask these creatures of comfort what it's like to sleep on a Casper. Some things just don't need words.
The NCAA Baseball Super Regionals are presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? And in part by new Copper Tone Sport Clear. Clear, cool, protected.
Emotions on display here at the Los Angeles Super Regional, and a trip to the College World Series in Omaha, Nebraska on the line. Hashtag Road to Omaha. A win tonight, Michigan is on to Omaha and the College World Series for the first time since 1984. A win by UCLA tonight, they force a winner-take-all Game 3 here tomorrow night. Michael Toglia, Noah Cardenas, Jack Stronach, 5, 6, and 7 for the Bruins against Isaiah Page. Ball 1 to Michael Toglia, who walked and scored in the 6th. He's walked twice tonight. An RBI and a ground out in the first for the Rockies' first-round draft pick, 23rd overall Monday night. Page entered in the 6th. He's retired all 5 batters since coming in. Strike to Michael Toglia, who didn't agree with Brandon Cooper behind the plate.
Well, that's that pitch that Brandon Cooper, home plate umpire, has been calling the entire game. It's about 2-3 inches on the outside part. You'll see the tail on the outside, but Donovan's done a great job for Michigan bringing it back in.
Toglia lays off on a peel, no swings as Mo Hodges down at third base. 2-1 on the Bruins first baseman here, looking for a start in the 8th inning. UCLA down to 6 outs. And the #1 national seed in real trouble at the hands of Michigan. 3-1 on Michael Toglia. And this is a guy, Wes, you cannot make a mistake with Michael Toglia.
Well, you can't, and this is why baseball is the best game in the world. If you're Michigan, you have a 1-run lead. If you're calling pitches for Michigan right now, what are you going to call? I would guess it's something away. If you go hard, it's something away, and if it's soft, it's something away. And right there is a pitcher that's not comfortable, and rightly so. It's the biggest game of the season for both of these clubs. Michigan 6 outs away from getting to go to Omaha.
Toglia lifts it to left, going back. Christian Bullock, we are tied. Opposite field, Michael Toglia. Mom and Dad love it. The 17th for Toglia, who comes through for UCLA and ties the game.
Well, they went fastball away, and Toglia did not miss it. He knew it. Right now, watch him. Bullock, Mom and Dad. And there's Page. We talked about the emotions of postseason. We're right in the middle of it here in Westwood.
3-3, a new ball game. A cue shot to first. Jimmy Kerr takes it to the bag. Noah Cardenas retired, 1 out. 3rd home run of the postseason for Michael Toglia. And for UCLA, it's their first extra base hit of this Super Regional after 11 singles. Jack Stronach, an RBI single in the 6th. He's 1 for 3 as the batter, and Ryan Garcia Big hug for his big first baseman. The freshman Isaiah Page, the redshirt freshman. Trying to regroup. Ball one to Jack Stronach.
And that was not a bad pitch by Page. He threw it on the outside part. It's a fastball. It's a decent fastball. Michael Toglia is just a pretty doggone good hitter, for better words.
1-0 pitch. Called strike to Jack Stronach, 1-1. So it's now a battle of the bullpens. As UCLA trailing it 3-1 after 2 has come back to tie the game.
But let's remember, this game is just tied. UCLA is a visitor. Michigan is the home team.
Stronach, a line drive to right. Jordan Brewer gets there and has to leap.
Boy, he makes
a little flair on that one.
He makes things look so easy. He's just fun to watch. He's a tremendous, tremendous athlete.
2 outs now in the 8th. Jeremy Idens, who's reached all 3 times tonight. 2 singles and a walk. Three in the 8th.
Credit to Page. After he gives up the game time home run, the next 2 hitters, nothing.
Now Rex Peters, the assistant coach for UCLA, who runs the offense for John Savage, wants to have a word here with Jeremy Idens. So an offensive huddle.
Yeah, but I think what they're doing is buying some time for the Bruins bullpen right now. That's what I think they're doing. That's what this offensive conversation is for me. There was 2 quick outs after Michael Toglia. And there's Mr. Powell.
Holden Powell, who is the closer for UCLA, and Kyle Moore, the setup guy for the Bruins, are getting loose.
Yeah, well, I think that John Savage is going to bring his closer, his best guy in the back end of the bullpen, into this game. And I think that conversation was all about buying him some time.
Jeremy Idens showing bunt. They've gone to the 9th now in Nashville in 3-0 Vandy. And they're through 8 with Rocker still carrying that no-hitter and 16 strikeouts. Foul at home plate. It's 2-1. UCLA has tied it. Michael Toglia, the opposite field home run, his 17th of the year. Everybody on the edge of their seats. On a wonderful Saturday night in Los Angeles. Stressful for the coaches, stressful for the players, and it's 3-1 on Jeremy Idens.
Heck, it's stressful for me. Part of that.
You've already lost all your hair.
Well, part of that's sitting next to you, though, but
3-1 on Idens. The pitch. Idens, a fly ball center field. Playable for Jesse Franklin. With room, makes the catch, but Michael Toglia comes up big for UCLA and ties the game.
Well, he did. The leader offensively in home runs, Michael Toglia, ties it up here in Westwood. Who said this game is not the best game in the world?
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get. Until now. Every pair. Every grail. Always available. Always authentic. Never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
Life says choose. Even when it comes to your bed, spring or foam or, ooh, that's new. At Casper, we say choose both with the all-new hybrid mattress, combining the cozy embrace of foam and that supportive something spring brings for a new kind of comfort that knows no compromise. Because at Casper, we think more people should have their cake and eat it in bed too. Choose both with the all-new hybrid mattress.
Well, for John Savage and UCLA, they trailed after 7. They tied the game. They have only one win, believe it or not, with 51 wins on the season. When trailing after 7, it came right here against Cal on April 18th.
Well, they haven't trailed that much. We're taking a look at the Bruins closer, Holden Powell, and this is what being an elimination game, which is what the Bruins are in tonight, will make you do. You bring in your closer. This is the best you have in the back end of your bullpen. This is do or die. You lose, you go home. You win, you extend it to tomorrow. But this Michigan team is the home team. And on top of that, Holden Powell is coming in to face the teeth of this Wolverines lineup. Starting with Wogu, the next 4 hitters that Holden Powell is going to face all have 12 home runs.
Top of the order for the Wolverines, Jordan Wogu, Jesse Franklin, Jordan Brewer against the All Pac-12 closer. Holden Powell, who's had a tremendous season. As Powell, sophomore from Visalia. Of course, this is not a save situation, but a 1.84 ERA, 17 saves, his 40th appearance, 60 strikeouts in 44 innings, has given up only 17 hits, and the opposition batting only 119 against Powell.
I will disagree with you, Roxy. This is a save the Bruins season opportunity right now.
2 for 3 tonight. Jordan Wogu doubled and scored back in the first. 3-3 last of the 8th. 1 inning from Nate Hadley. And there is a breaking ball that snaps in there. I know this is not a save situation, but a look at the save leaders just to show you how dominant Powell has been, tied for 2nd in the country with those 17 saves.
Well, and part of the reason is his ability to have command of more than one pitch. You see the first 2 sliders to Wogu.
In the air, right field. Jeremy Idens shy of the warning track. And there's one away in the last of the 8th inning.
You think about this Bruins lineup, it's not going to affect how you call pitches and you're John Savage. Of course it does. John Savage is fully aware of the power of these next 3 hitters now that Wogu's gone. Holden Powell features upwards to a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and that's the respect that John Savage has for this Michigan lineup and these hitters.
Jesse Franklin 0 for 3 tonight. On the ground right side, Michael Tolia gets to it. Holden Powell at the bag.
Well, we just talked about somebody who tied the game with a home run, and we saw his athleticism early. This is a much better play than looked.
Two outs, Jordan Brewer, the Big Ten Player of the Year, 1 for 3 tonight. Swing and a miss, 96 from Powell.
Bruins in no doubles, meaning your third baseman is on the line. Your outfield is deep. Keep every ball in front of you. You do not want the tying run to get on second base.
1 strike pitch. In tight, spinning out of the way. 96 again from Powell. Makes it a little uncomfortable for Jordan Brewer.
And it does, and it also sets up the breaking pitch down and away right now. You blew a fastball by him, up and in. Should open up the outside part of the plate for a slider.
Strike called. Again, the fastball.
Or a fastball.
Well, when you got 94 to 96 in your back pocket.
It's just, he's been spectacular this year, but the location on that fastball is.
One and 2 on Jordan Brewer. The pitch.
Yeah,
97.
Well, you can see he tried to overthrow it. He was off balance. He's amped up. Everybody's amped up. Except you, Roxy.
Somebody's got to stay in control. Called strike three. 3 up, 3 down. For Michigan in the bottom of the 8th, Holden Powell sets him down in order.
Well, he did. He's been sensational the entire year, and this is why. We got a great one, a big-time game, going to the 9th.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get until now. Every pair, every grail, always available, always authentic, never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
This is the box that started it all. The box that changed how people buy mattresses forever. This is the mattress so comfortable, people can't stop giving it 5 stars. This is Casper, the company bringing bedtime back to millions of happy sleepers, one box at a time. Try America's #1 rated mattress for 100 nights, risk-free. Unbox better sleep at Casper.com.
New pitcher for the Wolverines as we go to the 9th inning, game 2 of the Super. 3-3, Jack Weisenberger takes over on the mound, the junior from Rockford, Michigan. Drafted earlier this week by the Oakland A's in the 20th round. And Weisenberger's numbers on the year. And it's a 3-3 game between the #1 national seed Bruins, who, even though this is in UCLA's home ballpark, they are the visiting team in game 2 after they were the home team in game 1 last night.
Some Michigan fans enjoying it in Westwood.
Isaiah Page, solid job, although he gave up the home run in the 8th to Michael Tolia that tied the game.
Yeah, but he did a tremendous job after the home run, the Tolia home run, to get Cardenas, Stronach, and Idens in order.
Pinch hitter for Jake Hirabayashi leading off the 9th for UCLA. It's Kevin Kendall who will bat. Followed by Garrett Mitchell, Ryan Kreidler in the 9th for the Bruins.
Kevin Kendall, sophomore, started at shortstop a little bit last year, has struggled offensively. John Savage likes the matchup, though, better than the right-handed Hirabayashi.
Kendall hitting .256 on the year. Bunts at it for strike 1. Oh, 0-1 on Kendall. Two and 2/3 from Page and turns it over to Weisenberger. Hit in the air, out toward right center. Jesse Franklin drifting over. And there's one away in the top half of the 9th inning. Top of the order, Garrett Mitchell, 1 for 4 with a run. And history in Nashville, the first no-hitter in a super regional. And the 8th all-time in the history of the NCAA tournament. Kumar Rocker of Vanderbilt no-hits Duke on 131 pitches. He struck out 19. 3-0 Vanderbilt evens the super regional with Duke. They'll play a deciding game 3 tomorrow. 19 strikeouts for Kumar Rocker.
Tremendous.
And we nearly had a second one with Louisville earlier today. Swing and a miss by Garrett Mitchell. There's the list of no-hitters in the NCAA tournament. And the first one since Jonathan Crawford in 2012.
Well, this goes back to 1950. Some big-time history made tonight.
One strike pitch. Garrett Mitchell, it's 0-2.
Yeah, Mitchell's first 2 swings for me, he's just over swinging. That's somebody that his game has been this year when he's been most successful, cutting down his swing. Because when this is the first year he's been in the leadoff spot. But when he went in the leadoff spot, he cut his swing down. The first 2 swings you saw right there, he was trying to win this game for the Bruins. He needs to revert back into a leadoff mentality right now, put the ball in play, and use his legs.
0-2 the count. Jack Weisenberger on the mound. And Mitchell just does get a piece of it to hang in there. Catcher Joe Donovan can't hang on. 24th appearance for Weisenberger this season. Pitched sparingly as a freshman, only 4 games. Last year in 15 ball games, has exclusively been a reliever throughout his Michigan career. 0-2 the count. 1 out in the 9th. Two-strike pitch. Out number 2. And the strikeout for Jack Weisenberger.
Well, it's a great slider with 2 strikes down and in. Perfectly located, taking advantage of an overly aggressive Garrett Mitchell.
For more coverage of the Division I baseball super regionals and interactive brackets, go to ncaa.com. Ryan Kreidler, the batter, 1 for 4 tonight, a single in the 3rd. If you're looking to the bottom of the 9th, Michigan will have the middle 3rd of the order, 4, 5, and 6. Jimmy Kerr, Blake Nelson, Christian Bullock due up against Holden Powell. Foul ball from Kreidler.
It's the toughest thing to do in sports, is to be comfortable in an uncomfortable position. And what I mean by that, it's all on the line for the UCLA Bruins tonight. If you're a hitter, you understand the score, and everybody would think in the back of their mind, try to hit a home run, win the game. You have to stay in your own lane, stay in your game.
1-1 on Ryan Kreidler. All Pac-12 performer. All Pac-12 academic selection as well.
He's been, for me, the most consistent Bruin hitter in the postseason.
In terms of just his approach to the plate?
Just hitting the ball hard. He doesn't have as many hits as some of his teammates, but he's hit the ball hard a lot.
2-1 the count on Kreidler.
Now this is that Kreidler can leave the yard. He left the yard in the regional to dead center here at Jackie Robinson Stadium. But again, as a hitter, if you're thinking pole, you're thinking trying to hit a ball out of the ballpark, that's the wrong mindset. You need to think center of the field, gives you a good pitch, don't pop it up.
Three balls, 1 strike on Ryan Kreidler.
That's the respect that Michigan has for Ryan Kreidler. On a 2-1 count, they elect to go slider with 2 outs and Chase Strump on deck.
He would be next if Kreidler can reach.
See what they elect to do on a 3-1 count. My guess is they go right back to that same slider.
Full count on Kreidler. He thought it was ball 4.
Well, it's a bad pitch for Kreidler to swing at, and a great pitch that Weisenberger threw. It's a borderline strike.
Full count with 2 down. Everybody getting into it here. Here it comes. Kreidler is on, a 2-out walk. Chase Strump will get a chance here in the 9th. We're the last game going here for day 2 of the Super Regionals, whereas game 1 in Starkville were Mississippi State's a 6-2 win over the Stanford Cardinal to go up 1-0 in that Super Regional. And the key for them in that game was the first inning. They escaped, allowing just the 1 run. Mississippi State's offense got going against Brandon Beck, and a 6-2 win for Mississippi State. Jake Mangum robbing Andrew Dashbach of a home run in the first that could have set up for a huge inning for David Esker's Cardinal. Chase Strumpf. Kreidler running, throw down to second from Donovan, and Kreidler dives in with a steal, and he motors into scoring position.
Well, Kreidler stole this on Weisenberger. And the only thing that you can do right here, if you're a first baseman, the only thing you can do is scream. Scream as loud as you can at your pitcher to step off. Anytime you see a runner do what Kreidler was doing right there, jumping off like that, you have to do something to alert your pitcher to step off. And Kreidler just was a little bit better than Michigan right there and puts the Bruins in scoring position here with 2 outs.
Chase Strumpf a single back in the first. He walked in the 5th. 3-3 in the 9th. Jack Weisenberger, the 1-0. Strumpf swings and skies this one toward left, going back. Christian Bullock toward the corner. Has room in fair territory, drops the ball. Ryan Kreidler is in, and Chase Strumpf is at second base. A misplay in left by Christian Bullock, and UCLA has the lead.
Well, because of Ryan Kreidler's stolen base, Michigan had been playing deep and no doubles. Because Kreidler stole that base, Michigan pulled him out of no doubles, and they pulled Bullock in, and he just, unfortunately for him, just dropped it.
The frustration from Jack Weisenberger, who should have had the out, and Christian Bullock, an error charge to the Michigan left fielder, and UCLA has the lead. Chase Strumpf at second base. Jake Priest, the batter, the Bruins DH. A huge gift for the Bruins. 4-3 UCLA. Ball 1 to Priest. Hit by a pitch in the first inning. He is 0 for 3. And a trip to the mound.
This is a good trip.
Chris Fetter, the pitching coach, coming out. And this visit, is this to calm down Weisenberger?
This is a great trip by Michigan. This is going out there to get Weisenberger, say something just to calm him down, get him to smile, reminding him we have 3 outs left. Just to make sure he concentrates and understands how important it is for him to get out Jake Priest right here. Chasing 1 run, if you're Michigan, obviously much better than chasing 2.
And the worst feeling in the world for Christian Bullock. On a missed fly ball in left field, and Michigan's played tremendous defense up until this point in the first 2 games of this Super Regional. And when he comes back to the dugout,
they'll all be there and they'll be telling him, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the beauty of college sports, professional sports. Everybody's got your back.
1-0 on Priest. Jack Weisenberger the pitch. 2-0 the count.
Well, this is a money pitch for Jake Priest right now. Michael Tolley is on deck. So if you're ever going to get a fastball, it's right now.
UCLA is 0 for 17 this weekend when batting with 2 outs, which includes that ball that was dropped and left by Bullock. 2-0 pitch. 3-0 on Priest, and Michael Tolia, who homered in the 8th inning, is on deck. The 2-out rally, the walk for Ryan Kreidler, stealing second and scoring on the air. And a tough break for Michigan, now trailing here in the 9th inning. Would you give Priest a green light here?
I have no problem if he gives him the green light. You know what's coming. He's a senior. He's been around the block. Yes, Tolia's on deck.
Ball 4. Didn't matter.
It didn't matter. Now there's a left-hander in the pen for Michigan. You just wonder if they want to flip Michael Tolia around to the right side here.
So activity in the bullpen. Ben Kaiser is up. And Michael Tolia went opposite field in the 8th inning. To tie the game, Michael Tolia hitting his 3rd home run of the postseason.
Well, he takes a fastball from Page and leaves the yard the other way. And the Bruin fans erupted and at the time tied the game up.
Two on, two out for Michael Tolia. If we have a game tomorrow night, 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 Eastern, and UCLA with the lead, trying to force that game 3 after Michigan won last night. Jack Weisenberger. Strike 1 to Michael Tolia. Chase Strumpf at second base. Jake Priest, the runner at first. And Michigan tonight got some clutch hitting early. The 2-run homer from Joe Donovan. But then some events that went against them. Jack Stronach throwing out Jordan Wogu at the plate. A balk, a pass ball, leading to a UCLA run. And of course, the big error here in the 9th inning by Christian Bullock, and a 4-3 lead for the Bruins. The #1 national seed. 0-2. Good pitch from Weisenberger.
Great changeup to follow up a good fastball. We'll get a look at it right here. It's a tough situation for Michigan defensively because they have to respect the power of Michael Tolia, but that run out at second and Chase Strumpf is so big, it makes you want to pull your outfielders in to give yourself an opportunity. You want to chase 1 run, not 2.
1-2 on Michael Tolia. Again, 4, 5, and 6 due up for Michigan in the bottom of the 9th. Ryan Kreidler sparking the rally. And he came up big for UCLA in the regional final last Monday night against LMU when Garrett Mitchell was out. Chase Strumpf at second, Jake Priest at first. Jack Weisenberger. 1-2 pitch. Fouled off at home plate. And Tolia just got a piece of it.
You know, I continue to say it and I'll always say it. It's the greatest game in the world. You come to the ballpark, you will see something on a daily basis, on a game basis that you've never seen before.
I think you need to get a patent on that phrase, Wes.
You think? They probably wouldn't give it to me. They'd give it to you, not me.
Why me? I don't say it. It's your saying.
Yeah, just because it's you.
Ball and 2 strikes on Tolia. Good block by Joe Donovan.
Well, you can see the last 2 pitches. After the swing and miss on the changeup, the adjustment that Tolia has made inside and at bat. And what I mean by that is that until you see somebody, what they are featuring and throwing to you, it's hard to get timing down. And you've seen the last 2 pitches, Michael Tolia has not been fooled at all. And that's not to say he can't be fooled again on that same pitch, but real good adjustment on the last 2 pitches by Michael Tolia.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Jack Weisenberger. Here it comes. Tolia fouls it back to the screen.
And that was a changeup that was elevated and not where Weisenberger wanted to throw it by any means.
This will be the 7th pitch of the at-bat from Weisenberger to Tolia. Activity continues in the Michigan bullpen. Strumpf at second, Priest leading at first. The 2-2 in the dirt. Full count with 2 outs, so the runners will get a head start. Chase Strumpf at second. Jake Priest at first. It's been a long top of the 9th. And UCLA, a 2-out walk with nobody on, started the rally. A run in to take the lead. They're looking for more. Everybody rising here at Jackie Robinson Stadium.
Don't expect them to give in to Michael Tolia here with Cardenas on deck.
Positive touches going for UCLA also here. They're loaded. A run, the base is full without the benefit of a hit here in the 9th. And it's Noah Cardenas coming up for UCLA. And UCLA has the lead, an error charge to Christian Bullock on a fly ball off the bat of Chase Strumpf.
Well, you think how this inning has transpired. Kreidler with a walk, and then a heads-up heady play, stealing second base. Then you get the fly ball. Then you get the dropped fly ball by Bullock. And here comes a trip to the mound.
And it's the head coach, Eric Bakich, and he signals to the bullpen. And interesting that with the right-handed batting, Noah Cardenas coming up, he summons the lefty. Ben Kaiser coming out of the bullpen for Michigan. With the bases loaded in 2 outs and UCLA up 4-3. So going with the left-hander against the right-handed batting catcher Cardenas. UCLA looking for some insurance.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get. Until now. Every pair. Every grail. Always available. Always authentic. Never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
Question, isn't it? When? Yesterday they said tomorrow. Today they're saying a week from now. At this rate,
Good night, Bill. And good night, Will. Good night, Jack. And good night, Jill.
The magic of bedtime brought to you by Casper. Try the mattress for 100 nights at Casper.com.
You just feel for Christian Bullock, a play he's made thousands of times throughout his baseball life, whether it's in Little League all the way here through the University of Michigan. And a ball that was dropped on a fly ball to left by Chase Strumpf, giving UCLA the lead when it appeared we're headed to the bottom of the 9th in a 3-3 ball game. And UCLA has the bases loaded with 2 outs. Ben Kaiser out of the bullpen. A junior from Portage, Michigan, facing the right-handed batting Noah Cardenas. So an interesting move by Eric Bakich to bring in a lefty to face the right-handed batting catcher.
Well, one of the reasons you see 31 appearances, 39 innings, 42 punch-outs. So he's got the ability to get a punch-out, and that's what they need in this situation. Although Cardenas has been a tremendous freshman this year.
Bases full. Chase Strumpf at third. Jake Priest at second. Michael Tolia at first. An error, 3 walks in the inning. And a run in for the #1 national seed UCLA Bruins, who are staring at going 2 and out. as they trailed it going to the 8th inning until Michael Tolia homered to tie the game. And now, in an unlikely fashion, have the lead in the 9th.
Well, you see Cardenas this year 2 for 5 with the bases loaded. He's a pesky hitter. He's not a powerful hitter. We saw him hit a home run in the regional, but he's hit well over 400 this year. He puts the ball in play. And somebody, I believe it was Jason Gill's staff, kind of compared him. I'm not sure if it was Jason Gill's staff, but they compared him to a pesky leadoff hitter. He just puts the ball in play.
Line foul by Cardenas toward the Michigan bullpen. Closer Holden Powell thinking about the bottom of the 9th after a quick 1-2-3 8th. Anxiously looking at UCLA scoring a run for him before he takes the hill, and he's hoping for more runs from the UCLA Bruins.
Now a lot of pressure on Donovan, the catcher for Michigan. Any slider down in the dirt, imperative that he blocks it with the bases loaded.
Just inside. Kaiser thought he made his pitch. He was heading off the mound.
Yeah, well, this is beautiful here. Kaiser thought it was strike 3. He's walking off the mound. Cardenas is trying to get his hip into that and get hit by pitch. Watch this. But again, we've talked about it. The last thing a home plate umpire wants to see, Brandon Cooper, is a pitcher walking off on a ball that's about 6 inches inside.
2-2 on Noah Cardenas. Strike 3 called. He gets the call that time. Catches. Cardenas looking as UCLA leaves the bases loaded, and Christian Bullock's miscue in the top of the 9th inning, opening the door and helping UCLA to the lead. Can Michigan rally against Holden Powell as we go to the bottom of the 9th?
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get until now. Every pair, every grail, always available, always authentic, never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
This is the box that started it all. The box that changed how people buy mattresses forever. This is the mattress so comfortable, people can't stop giving it 5 stars. This is Casper, the company bringing bedtime back to millions of happy sleepers, one box at a time. Try America's #1 rated mattress for 100 nights, risk-free. Unbox better sleep at Casper.com.
Well, we go to the bottom of the 9th, 4-3 UCLA, as the Wolverines trying to pick up Christian Bullock after his error in left field.
Well, that's Michael Brodart, the first base coach, and he stopped him and made sure that he understood that we're all in this together. People make mistakes. We have 3 more outs.
First pitch, swing and a miss. Jimmy Kerr leading off the 9th. Followed by Blake Nelson, and Christian Bullock is due up third. Ryan Kreidler slides over to third base from shortstop. Kevin Kendall, who pinch hits for Jake Hirabayashi, stays in to play short. 1-1, Jimmy Kerr singled back in the first inning.
Most important out in this inning is you're looking at him.
1-1 on Kerr. 4 home runs last weekend in the Corvallis Regional. Here's a drive out toward left center field. This is trouble. It is up against the fence. Jimmy Kerr pulling into second base. And a leadoff double for Michigan to start the bottom of the 9th.
Well, why not?
14th double, and Kerr gives Michigan a start in the last of the 9th inning.
Well, it's an elevated fastball, and Kerr's got 12 home runs this year, and from the get-go, he was going to be on second base. And now Cardenas, the Bruins catcher, out in front of home plate. Given the signs, the Bruins expecting Nelson to bunt Kerr over to third base. But it's not a guarantee.
Blake Nelson singled in the fourth. He is 1 for 3 tonight. The tying run at second base in the bottom of the ninth with nobody out against Holden Powell.
Wouldn't be surprised if Powell does an inside move just to make sure you know the hitter's bunting.
Bunted toward third. Ryan Kreidler throws to first. Chase Strumpf at the bag. The out recorded, and going to third is Jimmy Kerr. So the tying run for Michigan, 90 feet away, and an opportunity for Christian Bullock to redeem himself and atone for the error.
Well, this is baseball, and this is what happens. A lot of times a guy makes a great defensive play, he leads off. Not the case here, but redemption available for Bullock. Bruins forced to play the infield in. A squeeze is in play at this time with the speed that you have.
Strike one. Christian Bullock singled and scored in the second inning.
Bruins playing shallow for the most part, except for Idens in right. For me, is a little bit deep, but they want to have an opportunity to throw out Kerr on a sacrifice fly.
Outside from Powell at 95.
When you can hear it, does that mean it's hard?
Pop of the glove of the catcher, Noah Cardenas, 1-1. Intense look. Everybody here at Jackie Robinson Stadium. Just off the outside from Powell.
Well, they've elected to stay hard to Bullock. Not throwing him anything soft. Now keep in mind the breaking ball from Powell is going to be coming in to Bullock, into the left-hand hitter, as opposed to the right-hand hitter. It's going away. Any kind of breaking pitch is conducive to pull.
Jimmy Kerr at third base, the leadoff double, bunted over. The 2-1. 3 balls and a strike.
Now this is danger zone for Powell right now. The last thing you want to do is give Bullock a free pass. As well as he runs, the pressure that puts on you defensively, John Savage then would have to make a decision. If Bullock goes, do we throw through? This is a gigantic pitch right here.
Full count on Christian Bullock.
Well, you know what's coming if you're Bullock. It's just dead red. Bruin fans are on their feet. Michigan fans on their feet. Everybody's on their feet.
You're sitting.
But you're standing up. It just looks like you're sitting.
"3-2, and he hits him with a breaking ball. The tying run is at third. The winning run is on for Michigan. With 1 out in the bottom of the ninth, and Jack Blomgren coming up for the Wolverines.
I'm shocked at this pitch call. I am shocked. You just threw a fastball by him. Now, Holden Powell has thrown 5 straight fastballs. And now you see Cardenas out in front of the plate. We talked about this. Now, this is all advantage Michigan, and they're going to have a little offensive meeting here. But
if you're John Savage, how do you play your defense here with the tying run at third, but there's also a runner at first base and 1 out?
Well, it's a little bit different for John Savage. He's the visiting team. Michigan's the home team right now. You can elect to throw through. Now, the only problem...
Well, would you position your defense to double play? Some serious thought going on there.
Yeah.
You hurting yourself?
Well, I can hurt myself just sitting alone. But with Blomgren, for me, in this situation, I'm playing my middle back, and my corners are going to be in. My question is, if Bullock takes off, do you throw through if you're Cardenas? Cardenas, for me right now, in this matchup with Michigan's speed, Bullock, we've seen it. We've seen it with Wogu. Cardenas just doesn't have the arm strength to get it down there for me right now. And so this is advantage Michigan from an offensive standpoint on strategy-wise.
11 steals for Bullock. Actually 12. He had one earlier tonight. Runners to the corners, one out. Jack Blomgren 0 for 3. Just missed off the inside edge. Tried the front door slider.
But everything is in play for Michigan. Keep in mind one thing. Michigan, if Michigan loses, there's still another game tomorrow. So this is advantage Michigan big time right here. A squeeze is in play at this time.
Strike one.
It's a strike, but it's not a good breaking ball. It's not the great breaking ball from Powell. That was a hanger. You know he's got the 95 in the back pocket. But you can induce a ground ball if you throw in a breaking ball on the outside part and hopefully get Blomgren to hook it over to Kreidler at third and start an inning double play. And game ending.
1-1 on Jack Blomgren. Jimmy Kerr at third, Christian Bullock at first base. 4-3 UCLA, bottom of the ninth. Hit in the air to right. This should score the run. Lining it up, Jeremy Idens. Tagging is Jimmy Kerr. Idens throws to second base. And it's 4-4 as Michigan has tied the game. Jack Blomgren a sac fly, bringing in Jimmy Kerr. 4-4 as the Wolverines have gotten the run against Holden Powell.
Well, it's a good job by Blomgren getting the job done, and I've talked about it tonight. This is a different team that Bruins are playing. And now I think John Savage is going to possibly review the tag.
To question if he left early?
Yeah, that's the only thing that I could think.
So it's under review. The umpires have put the headset on, and this is again reviewable under the guidelines from the NCAA Replay Center.
No, he's fine. He's fine.
So Jimmy Kerr tagging and coming home on the fly ball to right off the bat of Jack Blomgren.
This is always good as a player. The player's always saying, "Are you kidding me? I didn't leave early." And he didn't.
4-4 if the call stands or gets confirmed. And it's a quick review. Wait for the signal. And safe. Indeed. Jimmy Kerr tagged appropriately and scored, and it's a 4-4 ball game now with 2 outs. And Joe Donovan, the battery, homered back in the second inning, and it's the first run Powell has surrendered in the last 10 1/3 innings.
I don't think this is if Bullock is going to try to steal second, it's when.
And make a mistake with Donovan. 8 home runs now on the year after he went deep in the second. What a response from Michigan, getting Christian Bullock off the hook after he dropped the fly ball. Moved to first.
And John Savage is fully aware of how fast Bullock is. He's stolen a base already tonight, but it also comes into play when John Savage is calling pitches. He knows Donovan has already left the yard tonight and can barrel up a fastball with the best of them.
So the leadoff double, Jimmy Kerr comes around to score. And some confusion there in the pitch out. Cardenas was stepping out, but Powell nearly threw that pitch in there for a strike.
For a second, I thought, well, is Brandon Cooper, home plate umpire, going to call that a strike?
It may have been.
Yeah, it's on the outside part, about 6 inches out, but This is exactly what speed does to you.
Half swing and a foul. One and one on Joe Donovan. UCLA getting an unearned run in the top of the inning to take the lead and answer from Michigan. 4-4, last of the ninth inning.
There's only one comfortable side here, and it's the Michigan side. They got a win in hand.
Diving back is Christian Bullock. Michigan, a win tonight gets them to the College World Series for the first time since 1984.
So the thing with Bullock, he's such a great base stealer. Even if you pitch out, you're not guaranteed to get him.
Bluff's going, and a fastball strike from Holden Powell.
And this is a tough spot here. I mean, if you're John Savage, for me, I want Powell to concentrate on the guy with the bat right now, and that's Donovan. If he steals on this pitch, make a pitch to get the hitter out.
1-2 on Joe Donovan. Here it comes. Foul back to the screen.
You know, what's interesting about these Michigan hitters is Eric Backus just told us last night during the in-game interview when facing Ryan Garcia, because Ryan Garcia elevates his fastball. He said, came right out of his mouth, we need to try to get on top of those elevated fastballs. And this Michigan team, these hitters, try to do that. And it's not normal.
Just outside from Powell, 95.
And incidentally, I love that type of teaching. Top of the zone, you cover the top of the zone and you go down. If you got the top covered, you got everything else covered.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, a run in for Michigan to knot this one up at 4.
If he doesn't go now, he's never going. Speaking of Bullock.
Short lead over there. Swing and a fly ball. Deep left field. Back to the wall is Stronach, and he makes the catch up against the fence. A long ride from Joe Donovan. And up against the fence and left, Jack Stronach makes the catch, and we are going to a 10th. The road to Omaha just got a little bit longer. Wow. That close.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get. Until now. Every pair. Every grail. Always available. Always authentic. Never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
Question isn't it? When? Yesterday they said tomorrow. Today they're saying a week from now. At this rate,
Good night, Bill. And good night, Will. Good night, Jack. And good night, Jill.
The magic of bedtime, brought to you by Casper. Try the mattress for 100 nights at Casper.com.
We are headed to the 10th. A sac fly from Jack Blomgren tied the game in the bottom of the 9th inning after an unearned run gave UCLA the lead in the top of the 9th. A look at the bracket, how it sets up for Omaha in the College World Series. Michigan trying to close out this Super Regional with a win here tonight, and they came that close. Joe Donovan just missed it
I thought he got it the minute he hit it.
You're not alone.
Leading off for UCLA, batting for Stronach, number 21, Jordan Prentice.
Jordan Prentice pinch hitting for UCLA for Jack Stronach to lead off the 10th. So a left-handed bat against a lefty. Ben Kaiser continues on the mound. 4-4 in the 10th. Bottom of the order for UCLA. Jeremy Idens to follow, and then Kevin Kendall as Jordan Prentice takes a strike. So an interesting move by John Savage, sending the sophomore Prentice up to the plate.
Well, he must like Prentice.
He's 0 for 2 on the year.
Against a left-hander more than Stronach.
One strike pitch from Kaiser. Bunted at, and it's 0-2. Kaiser came in, struck out Noah Cardenas to leave the bases loaded in the top of the 9th. Starting the 10th in a 4-4 game. Pitch. Ball 1. The Donovan ball came that close to getting out of here. And if he hits that ball in the 4th, 5th inning, that's gone.
Yeah, the marine layer has now come in. Air's a little bit heavier. Grass is wet, which is another thing to think about.
2 balls, 2 strikes in Jordan Prentice. He does have terrific speed. Pinch hitting to lead off the 10th. You and I have done countless games here over the years, and we've seen that marine layer come into play in the later stages of night games. The ball just does not carry here at Jackie Robinson Stadium. Full count on Prentice.
Now this is, if you're a hitter in this situation, you got behind in the count and you fight. And you fight to get back into this 3-2 count. So many hitters forget how they got to 3-2 and they just assume a fastball's coming.
Swing and a miss. Ben Kaiser with a strikeout to start the 10th.
Well, it's a good sinking fastball. Bottom end of the zone. Excellent pitch at a big time.
Jeremy Idens, the batter, 2 for 3 tonight. Couple of singles and a walk. Usually you got the rally caps when you're batting. The Michigan rally caps over there.
Well, they're the home team, though.
Well, they are.
They can do anything they want.
Ball 1 to Jeremy Idens. Kevin Kendall on deck. And there's the Mays rally towel that brought the Wolverines luck last weekend up at Oregon State at the Corvallis Regional. Some anxious, nervous moments on both sides now. Called strike to Idens. Is the pressure on UCLA?
Well, if there's such a thing as pressure, absolutely. You don't win the game, you go home for the year. We're talking about the #1 overall seed, consensus #1 rated team.
Strike called. It's 1-2 on Jeremy Idens.
A little delayed call by Brandon Cooper, home plate umpire, but it's a good pitch, and it was a strike.
Kaiser, the 4th pitcher for Michigan tonight. Jeff Criswell, who saved last night's game, started, worked into the 6th today. Isaiah Page, Jack Weisenberger, and now Ben Kaiser. Jeremy Idens shoots this one out of play.
John Savage just can't be comfortable for obvious reasons. You lose, you go home, but he's thinking ahead also to who Michigan is going to send up next inning. They're at 9-1-2. I mean, the top part of this Michigan lineup is just so dynamic. Speed, power.
Idens on the ground past 3rd, foul. Count holds a ball and 2 strikes. Jordan Wogu due up 2nd in the bottom of the 10th. 4-4, top of the 10th inning. The 1-2. Jeremy Idens charging it. Akeo Thomas on the move. Throws out Idens. 2 gone in the 10th. And here comes Kevin Kendall, entered as a pinch hitter in the 9th, and a flyout. He's 0 for 1. UCLA and the Bruins, who took the lead in the top of the 9th on the unearned run to see Michigan rally and tie it. For UCLA, it's just the 3rd extra inning game they have played this year. They lost an extra inning ball game at Georgia Tech back in February. Bunted at and tipped at home plate by Kevin Kendall. And the Bruins also winning a midweek extra inning game against Long Beach State here in early May.
Let's go Bruins! Let's go Bruins! Let's go Bruins! Let's go Bruins!
For Michigan, they have also played 2 extra inning ball games this year. And they have split those, losing a home game to Indiana State and beating Indiana. 2 outs, top of the 10th. Called strike from Kaiser. It's 0-2 on Kevin Kendall. Ben Kaiser's retired all 3 hitters since coming in. Pitch. Strike 3 called. Kendall caught looking. 3rd strikeout for Ben Kaiser. Michigan a chance to walk it off in the bottom of the 10th inning. 9-1-2 due up, and what a job by Kaiser.
Well, tremendous job peppering the outside part of the plate. Michigan bats ready to try to walk off the UCLA Bruins here in Westwood.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get until now. Every pair, every grail, always available, always authentic, never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
Life says choose. Even when it comes to your bed, spring or foam or, ooh, that's new. At Casper, we say choose both with the all-new hybrid mattress, combining the cozy embrace of foam and that supportive something spring brings for a new kind of comfort that knows no compromise. Because at Casper, we think more people should have their cake and eat it in bed too. Choose both with the all-new hybrid mattress.
4-4 as we go to the bottom of the 10th and in the top of the 9th inning. Chase Strumpf, a fly ball to left. Christian Bullock mishandled it, and that brought in the go-ahead run for UCLA as Ryan Kreidler coming in. But then Michigan answered the bottom of the 10th. Jack Blomgren, a sacrifice fly, driving in Jimmy Kerr, who doubled the lead off the bottom of the 9th, and the Wolverines were this close. Joe Donovan flies out to the fence to end the bottom of the 9th against Holden Powell. And the Bruins are in danger of being the first #1 national seed to get swept in a super regional since Florida State in 2003. Holden Powell continues on the mound. It will be Akeo Thomas leading it off, Jordan Wogu, and then Jesse Franklin for Michigan in the bottom of the 10th. Four runs, 8 hits, no errors for UCLA. 4 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for Michigan. Ball 1 from Powell. The Wolverines have stranded 4 runners tonight. UCLA has stranded 11. 3rd inning for Powell. There is the Bakich family. Called strike. to Akeo Thomas, who is 0 for 3 tonight.
Well, the Bruins bullpen, quiet. Nobody's even moving. John Savage is telling his closer, it's all on you tonight.
He's already matched his season high for innings pitched of 2. His career long is 3. Last year he did it in the postseason in the Minneapolis Regional. Inside, Akeo Thomas. How long can John Savage go with Holden Powell?
As long as he feels that Holden Powell is okay. And that's, I mean, he's their guy. He's been their guy the entire year. You're in a must-win situation. You do not have anybody better than him behind him.
Called strike. Slider is in there.
And if it means you can't use him tomorrow, if there is a game tomorrow, so be it. You got to get to tomorrow.
You can't worry about tomorrow. Two and 2 on Akeo Thomas. Thomas digging in. A senior from Chicago. The pitch hit in the air, right center field. Drifting over, Jeremy Idens is there for UCLA. Solid contact from Thomas, but he's retired, 1 gone.
Well, here comes the danger. The next 4 hitters, starting with Wogu, all have double-digit home runs. You can't make a mistake. If you make one, the game's going to be over. And on top of that, they all can fly. It forces the Bruins to play in no doubles. They're super deep in the outfield. So any ball that's a single with the speed of Wogu and Franklin and Brewer ends up a double because of how deep the outfield is playing.
Strike 1 from Powell. Wogu flew out against Powell in the 8th inning. He is 2 for 4 tonight. Doubled and scored in the 1st. Singled in the 5th inning. One ball, 1 strike, 96 from Holden Powell. Jack Ralston started for UCLA, went 6 innings, giving up 3 runs on 7 hits. Nate Hadley for 1. At this point, 2 1/3 from Powell.
Oh,
just missed.
Well,
wow.
I tell you what, I don't know if it missed, but it looked very similar to the strike 1 call.
Two and 1 on Jordan Wogu. Three and 1.
Well, now you're in that situation where if you walk Wogu, and right now it opens up as you take a look at Franklin, the left-hand hitter. It puts a runner at first base, so it opens up a 3-4 hole over there. But Wogu is, just flies.
And you can't groove one in there because he can leave the yard with it. And he chased a fastball that was up and a full count. He swung at ball 4.
He did. Well, this Michigan lineup is just so tough to call pitches against and to pitch against.
Fooled him with the slider in the dirt and the strikeout for Powell. It's his 2nd.
Well, Wogu is sold out on a fastball, and the 3-2 breaking ball way out of the zone. Good job by Cardenas blocking it, but just like that, somebody else.
Season high of pitches, season high 2 2/3 innings for Holden Powell. Jesse Franklin 0 for 4, 3 ground outs and a foul out tonight for the Michigan center fielder. Powell trying to get this game to the 11th for UCLA. They'll have the top of the order due up if the Bruins can get there. Strike 1.
Well, I like the location they're trying to throw Franklin right now. If you're going to get beat on a home run, by Franklin, make him leave the yard the other way. The ball's not carrying. You mess around on the inside part of the plate, and Franklin can hook that ball down at 330, and this game's over.
One and one.
But then again, you start to get to a point where Powell is extending himself further than he has this entire year. So what's going to be the first thing to go is command, not velocity. It's command.
Two and one. 42 pitches, which matches the most that Powell has ever thrown as a UCLA Bruin. And he'll need at least 43 to try to get out of this and get it to an 11th inning. 4-4, bottom of the 10th. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Even though the pitch count is getting up, Powell still's got the velocity.
No, he does. He really does. And that's the place that you're going to get Franklin. Is up in the zone. Not the case with Wogu, but it is the case with Franklin.
Two balls and 2 strikes on Jesse Franklin. Just getting a piece. Just enough of it for Franklin to hang in there.
Well, that's the danger zone. It's down and in. Doesn't matter how hard you're throwing. Franklin's got the bat speed to lead the yard. We've talked about it, but up and out of the zone is where I think you get Franklin. You start messing around with a fastball down and in right there, Franklin hit it over the batting cage.
Jesse Franklin had a big 2-run single in Michigan's 3-2 win in Game 1. Foul back. We'll do it again at 2-2.
So tempting. If you're calling pitches, you're John Savage. You've thrown 3 consecutive fastballs. 1, Franklin swung through it. 2 has fouled off. You're tempted to throw something soft here, but again, with a left-hand hitter, anything soft is coming in to him.
Popped up, foul left side. Ryan Kreidler over near the railing. Against the side fence, makes the catch. We're headed to the 11th. 1, 2, 3 go the Wolverines in the bottom of the 10th, top of the order for UCLA as we go to inning number 11.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get until now. Every pair, every grail, always available, always authentic, never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
Life says choose. Even when it comes to your bed, spring or foam or, ooh, that's new. At Casper, we say choose both with the all-new hybrid mattress, combining the cozy embrace of foam and that supportive something spring brings for a new kind of comfort that knows no compromise. Because at Casper, we think more people should have their cake and eat it in bed too. Choose both with the all-new hybrid mattress.
On to the 11th inning, Game 2 of the Los Angeles Super Regional. UCLA and Michigan, the #1 national seed Bruins, staring elimination in the face, and they've got it to the 11th now. And Willie Weiss, the freshman from Portland, the 5th pitcher used by Michigan tonight, and it's the top of the order due up for UCLA in a terrific freshman campaign for Willie Weiss, a freshman All-American. 3.08 ERA for Weiss. And he'll deal with Garrett Mitchell, Ryan Kreidler, and Chase Strumpf for Eric Bakich. So he turns to Weiss here in this spot. 9 saves, so bringing the closer in. Last year, Weiss was the Oregon Gatorade Player of the Year, and it's not very often a State Player of the Year from the state of Oregon gets away from Oregon State.
Well, are you talking about the prowess that Pat Casey has had over the years? But a big spot, obviously, for Weiss, thrown right into the fire to face the top of this Bruins lineup.
So after 10 o'clock Pacific time, it's after 1 a.m. back in Ann Arbor in Eastern time zone. Ball 1 to Garrett Mitchell, who singled way back in the first. 1 for 5 tonight for Mitchell. Trying to give UCLA a start against Weiss here in the 11th inning. 8 hits aside. And there's a ball topped foul off to the right from Garrett Mitchell, 1-1.
Well, the last thing you want if you're Michigan is to have this youngster reach first base, let alone anywhere else.
Sophomore Mitchell, who is not draft eligible, but you think next year he's not going to be on the board very long.
No, I don't think. I think he's a certain first-round draft pick. Everything stays the same.
Ground ball to second. Akeo Thomas on to first, the stretch and safe. First base umpire Scott Kennedy says Jimmy Kerr pulled his foot on the throw from Thomas. And Eric Bakich coming out maybe wants to have the umps take a look at this one.
Yeah, you don't even have to even worry about that. You're going to review this if you're Eric Bakich. We're going to get a look at it. It's a good call. Watch. It's a good call. It's as close as the call we had earlier in the game with Michael Tolley at second base. But it is a tremendous call by Scott Kennedy.
So the ruling on the field is safe. And it goes to replay in the NCAA Replay Center right now. And a Michigan challenge leading off the 11th, and Garrett Mitchell. The call on the field is safe at first base.
The view we had, it was a perfect view. And you could see that Garrett got his spike on that bag just before Kerr came down on the bag.
So it's under review here, in a critical review. Could give UCLA a leadoff base runner. It's Nico Gallego over there coaching first for the Bruins. He is the son of former Bruin great and World Series champion with the Oakland A's in 1989. Mike Gallego, the current third base coach just down the road with the Angels.
Former UCLA Bruin.
Yeah. Although Mike Gallego maybe not a big Michigan fan because the 1990 Oakland A's lost to a Cincinnati Reds team that had 3 Michigan Wolverines on it that swept the A's stunningly in the World Series. Of course, Barry Larkin, Hal Morris, Chris Sabo, all on that Cincinnati ball club. And the headsets are off, and upon review, safe at first base. And a break for UCLA to start the 11th. The call is confirmed. And Garrett Mitchell is on. That is an error on Akeo Thomas to start the 11th, and it's the second error for Michigan tonight.
Well, we've talked about the speed of Michigan and up and down their lineup and how it changes your pitch calling and your decisions from the dugout. Now, this is the one guy that UCLA has that can match the speed of Wogu and Franklin and Brewer.
Is a bunt in play for Ryan Kreidler?
It is, just because we're tied. But what do you like the matchup with the runner at second and Strump, and then Preece comes up? I mean, Ryan Kreidler's been one of your best hitters the entire year.
Ball 1 after showing bunt. Kreidler started that rally in the 9th with a 2-out walk. Stole second, and he scored on the fly ball that was dropped and left by Christian Bullock off the bat of Chase Strump.
Well, there's a
single for Kreidler back in the 3rd.
There's just a lot of thinking going on. Keep in mind the Bruins are the visiting team.
Ball 2.
And there are many that think when you are the visiting team, you go for the win. You don't go for the tie, you go for the win. And that's what the Bruins are tonight. Right now, they're the visiting team. But you see Ryan Kreidler squaring 2 times in a row. And this is tough right here because Weiss has had obvious trouble in the first 2 pitches was his command. But if you're going to bunt, you don't take this pitch. You bunt it.
He tipped it into the glove of Joe Donovan for strike 1.
Again,
would you look to send Garrett Mitchell?
Not in this situation right here because Michigan is expecting Kreidler to bunt. And so the last thing you don't want to send Garrett Mitchell on a fastball right now.
18 steals for Garrett Mitchell. He's at first base. Jimmy Kerr holding. Blake Nelson up at third. Kreidler bunts it toward first. It goes foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Kreidler. With Garrett Mitchell, the runner at first base, there's 2 strikes. Do you keep the bunt on?
Not right now. I'm not going to do it. I mean, Kreidler, not being selfish, but as a hitter, once you've failed 2 times bunting, he wants the green light. He wants to redeem himself. And let's face it, Kreidler is more comfortable swinging the bat than bunting.
He did sacrifice last night. 2-2 with Mitchell at first.
Could you go back to that 2-0 pitch that was way out of the zone that Kreidler offered? Think about the difference in the situation. We're just talking about little things end up to being enormous and gigantic in this whole at bat.
Garrett Mitchell, terrific speed at first base. Kreidler with 2 strikes, showing bunt again as a wild pitch, or a high pitch rather, from Willie Weiss. And it's full count. Interesting that with 2 strikes, they kept it on with Kreidler.
Okay, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take that board and just wipe it clean, and I'm going to send Garrett Mitchell at first and let Kreidler swing. Make them throw you out, even if Kreidler swings and misses.
Full count, Mitchell at first. Kreidler, ground ball at third. Blake Nelson is second, throws it into right field. And it gets away from Jordan Brewer. Back to third goes Garrett Mitchell, who rounded the bag. And Ryan Kreidler ends up at second base. And Michigan with another error. That's 2 in this inning. And their defense, which was tremendous for the first 17 innings of this Super Regional, is eluding them here late.
Well, they think they might get a double play. Nelson makes a good play, bad throw over to Thomas, but something we have not seen Brewer do. He bobbles it, allows Kreidler to get in second. And how about Mitchell? What do we talk about? You go to a game, you're going to see something different every night. Well, Mitchell, watch this. Go, stop, go, stop. Hold on.
The late stop sign from Bryant Ward.
Yeah. Somebody's got to be calm over there.
Second and third, nobody out. And Chase Strumpf, the 3-hitter, is up for UCLA. They're giving 2 errors on the play. Kreidler with a fielder's choice. And there's an E5 on Blake Nelson for throwing the ball into right field, which allowed Garrett Mitchell to get to second. And the ball that was booted in right by Jordan Brewer, an E9 allowing Kreidler to go to second base. They will walk Chase Strumpf intentionally, so he is put on. The bases are loaded for UCLA with nobody out. And the cleanup batter, Jake Priest, due up in Michigan, going to the bullpen. Walker Cleveland, the freshman from Sewanee, Georgia, out of the bullpen for Michigan. 14th appearance for Cleveland. He's 4-2 with a 4.58 ERA. As a look at the bracket, and the winner of the Los Angeles Super Regional will play the winner of the Lubbock Super Regional when we open the College World Series in Omaha on June 15th. That is going to a deciding third game in Lubbock tomorrow after Oklahoma State on a walk-off win earlier today. On the other side, the no-hitter by Kumar Rocker. 19 strikeouts for the Vanderbilt right-hander, forcing a winner-take-all Game 3 in Nashville against Duke tomorrow. Louisville already through. Mississippi State, 6-2 win over Stanford. And Auburn, a terrific comeback late to knock off North Carolina in Game 1 in Chapel Hill.
Well, tremendous comeback. And Nails.
And he left?
Just bite him.
How do they taste this time of the night? Walker Cleveland is the new pitcher for Michigan, the 6th used by Eric Bakich. 2 errors in the inning. Rather, 3 errors in the inning for Michigan. There was 2 on 1 play. And there are the numbers for Cleveland in a tough spot for Walker Cleveland. Bases loaded, nobody out. And Jake Priest due up. The DH for UCLA and cleanup batter, and Michael Tolia is on deck.
Well, I'm interested to find out. It looks like Michigan's going to play the infield end, and I can't disagree with it. Michigan has the luxury of being 1 game up. And Eric Bakich, in this situation here, he obviously had a plan when he put Strumpf on. And he's going to play the infield end and just roll the dice. Again, if you asked him, he told us this quote, I'm playing with house money. And he is. And I have no problem with him pulling in his infield, trying to get a punch out and or a force out or at home plate or a hard hit ball to somebody and a double play going home first.
So Walker Cleveland, the freshman, 6'2" left-hander. Bases loaded, Garrett Mitchell at third, Ryan Kreidler at second base, Chase Strumpf at first, nobody out. Jake Priest, 0 for 3 tonight. He's been hit by a pitch and he's walked. Ball 1 from Walker Cleveland. And a visit from Joe Donovan, the catcher. Unbelievable spot for the freshman Cleveland to be in and try to get out of this against the #1 national seed. And Michigan's defense helping out UCLA. An error in the 9th on Christian Bullock gave UCLA the lead in the 9th inning before the Wolverines tied it. Leadoff double, Jimmy Kerr scored in the sac fly from the shortstop, Jack Blomgren. But 3 errors here in the top half of the 11th and 2 on 1 play. And UCLA has the bases loaded. Priest, diving stop at third. Bobbling the ball and some confusion out there.
Oh.
And UCLA doesn't realize what's going on, and they've run into 2 outs.
Oh, wow.
UCLA just ran into 2 outs. A bullet on 1 hop played by Blake Nelson. And Nelson gets Garrett Mitchell, tags him out, then tags out Kreidler.
Well, I think they got confused. Third base umpire Moha just put his hands up in a way that kind of looked like time.
A wild play. There is Nelson on a diving backhand. Garrett Mitchell is out, then stepping on second for the second out, and a double play, 5 unassisted on the 1 hop backhand. A terrific play. And there is Nelson. And everybody in the ballpark right now, there's confusion. People are looking around.
Yeah, but hold on.
What did we just see?
Hold on, Rox. Isn't that 3 outs?
No.
Wait, hold on. Oh, he didn't catch it.
He did not catch it.
Oh, that was the issue right there. That's my bad. I didn't see it.
It was 1 hop. And on the diving stop, Blake Nelson comes up with it, gets Garrett Mitchell, then tags Ryan Kreidler, is there was a force play because Mitchell was the first out, but he tagged Kreidler for the second out. Now they walk Michael Tolley intentionally, and that leaves it up to Noah Cardenas. If somehow Cleveland can get out of this, what a lift it'll be for Michigan. Chase Strumpf at third, Jake Priest at second, Michael Tolley at first base. Ball one to Noah Cardenas. He is 0 for 5 tonight, has struck out twice. I think people are still trying to process what they just saw.
It's the most fortunate line drive that was never caught in Michigan history.
A one-hop liner and a terrific play by Blake Nelson. 2-0. A bizarre sequence of events, but it's 2-0 now on Cardenas. The freshman struggling tonight, but in a leverage count here. Base is full, 2 down. The pitch, and it's ball 3. 3-0 on Noah Cardenas. The indecision on the base pass, costing UCLA momentarily, but a chance to redeem themselves. Trying to make Michigan pay for the errors. And it's a strike, 3-1. So the bases are full. It was first and second after the bizarre double play. And Michael Tolley walked intentionally to load the bases, even though third base was the empty base. Go-ahead run is Chase Strumpf at third. Jake Priest at second. Michael Tolley at first. Walker Cleveland. The pitch. Strike 2 called.
I don't know about that pitch, Roxy. That ball's down and away, and it's been down on the way the entire night.
Looks like ball 4 to me. Michigan, Walker Cleveland, they'll take it. Fans can't even watch. Full count with 2 outs. The merry-go-round will go on the pitch. The 3-2 to Cardenas. Swing and a bouncer to second, and Michigan will get out of the inning on a throw to first by Akeo Thomas, and Walker Cleveland and the Wolverines are pumped. Somehow they got out of the inning. I'm still trying to figure out how Michigan did it.
Well, it's amazing. We talked about we see things we've never seen before, and Michigan said, we've seen it, and we're coming to hit.
Hottest sneakers. Impossible to get until now. Every pair, every grail, always available, always authentic, never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
We ask these creatures of comfort what it's like to sleep on a Casper. Some things just don't need words.
An insane play in the top half of the 11th inning. UCLA, the bases loaded with nobody out. Walker Cleveland facing Jake Priest.
And initially, I was fooled. I thought Nelson caught this on the fly that it was a line drive that he caught, but he didn't. Okay, keep in mind the bases are
Garrett
loaded.
Mitchell was fooled by that. The runner there is out.
And keep in mind that the bases are loaded. So Garrett Mitchell should be going home. Nelson tagged him, and now Nelson doesn't even need to tag Kreidler because he's already touched the bag.
He got the
because
force.
the bases are loaded. And just like that, they got 2 outs. And a miracle.
They overcome 3 errors in the top of the inning. UCLA has stranded 14 runners now tonight. Holden Powell continues on the mound. First pitch, ground ball, diving stop. Ryan Kreidler behind the third base bag. And Jordan Brewer is out. A wet gem from Ryan Kreidler.
Wow, we got some baseball going on tonight. Big time play at a big time moment for Kreidler. They're playing no doubles, about a step away. He doesn't catch his ball. Brewer's on second.
One out in the last of the 11th inning. Holden Powell continues on the mound, the longest outing of his UCLA career. Jimmy Kerr doubled against Powell and scored in the 9th inning. And strike 1. Amazing, we're still 4-4. What a lift, though, for Michigan to get out of it. 1 strike pitch. Kerr takes strike 2. Jimmy Kerr 2 for 4 tonight.
Have some of our colleagues across the country texting me.
Nobody can go to sleep.
Eduardo Perez and said, I want to go to sleep, but I can't.
The 0-2 pitch. Outside to curveball 1. Three errors in the top of the inning with nobody out and no runs scored. It's Powell at 50 pitches. Powell's 1-2. Fouled straight back by Jimmy Kerr.
Just a dangerous hitter, Kerr is. 1 swing of the bat.
1-2 the count with 1 away. The pitch. Powell leaves the breaking ball high.
Did you see the difference in the body language between the 2 dugouts? You see Michigan a game up, happy, smiling. The Bruins, not the case.
They're all wondering, how did we not score? Powell, the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Gets the strikeout. 3rd strikeout for Holden Powell. 2 gone. That'll leave it up to Blake Nelson, who was the center of the freak play in the top of the inning. As Nelson was the third baseman who came up with a diving stop on the ball hit by Jake Priest in the wacky double play. Pitch. Ball 1. Bottom of the 11th inning in this 4-4 game. Nelson a single in the 4th inning. Ground ball to third. Eats up Kreidler and it gets into left field. Took a wicked hop on the Bruins third baseman. And Michigan has the winning run aboard. Single by Blake Nelson. Took a wicked hop on Kreidler, who already had a tremendous defensive play in this bottom of the 11th.
Well,
so the winning run at first base for the Wolverines.
Well, Michael Tolley is going over to talk to Powell, but again, this Michigan offense, their speed, Nelson at first. Nobody has thrown him out the entire year. 15 out of 15. You got Bullock up. Worst case scenario for Michigan, again, being the home team. Nelson gets thrown out for the first time this year, and Bullock, somebody with speed, leads off the next inning.
Was hit by a pitch by Powell in the ninth. Looked pretty good. It's ball one. And with all the craziness we've had in extra innings, that was the first hit of extra innings.
But we had bases loaded.
1-0 on Christian Bullock. Singled and scored back in the second inning.
I would expect Nelson to go. Just turn him loose. He was on his way. You see him leaning right there?
He was leaning.
He was leaning. He was on his way. Now, it's not the second consecutive throw to first. It's the third one that you might get a base stealer. They feel comfortable after you go over there 2 times in a row. It's the third one sometimes they don't think you're coming over there.
Fastball just missed. Some groans from the UCLA fans. Two 2-0 the count on Christian Bullock. The winning run, Blake Nelson at first base. 2-out hit. Strike called. It's 2-1. Holden Powell, the longest outing of his UCLA career, closing in on 60 pitches. Trying to send this game to a 12th at Jackie Robinson Stadium. Everybody on the Michigan side yelling back. Four, bottom of the 11th inning. A win for Michigan, and they advance to the College World Series. UCLA trying to force a game here tomorrow night. Another move to first.
Now, if you go back over there again, you might get them. Again, I talked about it. You go over there 2 times in a row, the base stealers will get comfortable. They're not coming over that third time. Who was going to throw over there the third time? A lot of times you will get them.
Hit in the air. This is pushing foul behind third. 2-2 on Christian Bullock. And are you surprised that Blake Nelson hasn't tried to go yet?
I am big time surprised. Worst case scenario, he gets thrown out. But keep in mind, he hasn't been caught the entire year. If he gets thrown out, Bullock, who's got speed, who's at the dish right now, gets a couple at bats against Powell effectively. Send him.
Swing and a miss, elevating the fastball. The strikeout. Holden Powell racks up another one. And he sends this to a 12th inning. UCLA, Michigan, 4-4 as Holden Powell keeps UCLA in it.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get. Until now. Every pair. Every grail. Always available. Always authentic. Never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
This is the box that started it all. The box that changed how people buy mattresses forever. This is the mattress so comfortable, people can't stop giving it 5 stars. This is Casper, the company bringing bedtime back to millions of happy sleepers, one box at a time. Try America's #1 rated mattress for 100 nights, risk-free. Unbox better sleep at Casper.com.
Our game summary for Game 2 as Michigan leads the Super Regional 1-0. We are 4-4 to the 12th inning. as it has been a strange last few innings here at Jackie Robinson Stadium. With Wes Clements, Roxy Bernstein, and our ESPN crew, a win tonight in Michigan moves to the College World Series. For the first time since 1984, UCLA, the #1 national seed, has to win to force a third game here tomorrow night. Walker Cleveland, who was the beneficiary of the just bonkers play in the top of the 11th, when UCLA had the bases loaded with nobody out, and a strange double play and a ball hit to Blake Nelson at third base.
It was a strange, amazing, weird.
Keep going.
First time play I've ever seen like that in my life.
To quote the late Bill King, the impossible dream of a play. Pinch hitter for UCLA to start the 12th. Jake Moberg is just 2 for 12 on the year. He will pinch hit. Freshman from Murrieta here in Southern California. Bottom of the order for UCLA, Moberg, Jeremy Idens, and then Kevin Kendall. Jake Moberg takes a strike from Walker Cleveland.
Well, still nobody throwing in the Bruins bullpen. So John Savage must be happy with what he's hearing from Holden Powell, his closer. Eric Backish with Michigan has used several out of his bullpen. Nobody's been overworked in Michigan's bullpen. But John Savage has a deep, tremendous deep bullpen. He just happens to have the best guy on the mound for them this entire year now.
Called strike to Moberg, batting for Jordan Prentice. We're over 350 combined pitches in this game now. UCLA, 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors. They've left 14 runners on tonight. Michigan, 4 runs, 9 hits, 4 errors, and they have stranded 5. The 0-2. 1-2 on Jake Moberg. Eric Backish, with Cleveland being the 6th pitcher Michigan has used tonight. UCLA has only used 3. Ralston for 6, Nate Hadley for 1, and Holden Powell, who entered the ball game in the 8th, has pitched a career best 4 innings. One and 2 on Jake Moberg, the pinch hitter. Here it comes. Fouled off at home plate. It's late for the Michigan people. It's 1:39 East Coast time.
Yeah, he's wide
They're
awake.
hanging in there.
They got a little sun today. Beautiful day out here in Southern California.
1-2 on Moberg. Slight shift onto the infield, playing him to pull. Here it comes. And a comebacker. Picked up, bobbled, and dropped. And UCLA has a base runner to start the 12th. That'll be the 5th error tonight for Michigan.
Well, he cues it right off the end of the bat. Cleveland comes up. Can't find the handle. Bruins with another leadoff runner on in extra innings.
Here's Jeremy Idens, who has 2 hits tonight. 5 errors by Michigan. Idens singles in the 2nd and 5th. He walked in the 6th. Is this a bunting situation?
Well, it's interesting that Nelson, third baseman for Michigan, playing even with the bag right now. Now the bunt, of course, would go with a runner at first to the first base side, but still a little bit surprised that Nelson's even with the bag. Idens can run.
So can Moberg. He's the runner at first base, reaching on the air. All these gifts, and UCLA hasn't really taken advantage of them other than the one in the 9th inning. Strike call to Idens. And all the errors for Michigan since there were 2 outs in the 9th inning. On the ball drop by Christian Bullock, and then the Wolverines committing 3 errors, 2-on-1 play in the 11th. Moberg at first. Walker Cleveland, the 1-strike pitch, and Idens serves one toward right that goes foul. UCLA has had 22 base runners tonight.
Ordinarily, you would think having a leadoff hitter on with nobody out is a good thing. We've seen bases loaded with no outs be a bad thing.
Yeah, the leadoff batter on, it really hasn't helped UCLA much tonight.
It hasn't.
0-2 on Jeremy Idens. Crowd still making a lot of noise here at Jackie Robinson. Both sides, the maize and blue and the powder blue and gold. Swing and a miss, Idens down on strikes. And there's 1 out.
Just a good slider down and in. Great job by Donovan blocking this ball.
1 out here in the top of the 12th. Jake Moberg at first base. Kevin Kendall, who entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 9th. And the UCLA shortstop 0 for 2. Top of the order, Garrett Mitchell on deck. So a couple of left-handed batters in a row for Cleveland to deal with and some activity. That's Kyle Cuellar. He is a position player. He's not warming up to pitch. So he's over in the bullpen. He may go into the outfield. And that's ball 1 to Kevin Kendall. And even though Holden Powell has pitched 4 innings to this point, no sign that he's going to come out. The closer for UCLA, who entered in the 8th. If they were going to turn to another pitcher, well, Kyle Mora would probably be next up for John Savage.
You would like to think it would be Kyle.
Bunted and foul at home plate by Kevin Kendall.
That is the 3rd consecutive at-bat that Kevin Kendall has tried to bunt unsuccessfully. It's not a bad idea, left on left.
Not him, but the 3rd straight UCLA hitter that's tried to bunt.
Right, but Kevin Kendall has tried to bunt tonight as well.
One and one the count. Jake Moberg at first base. Jimmy Kerr holding. As Kevin Kendall takes down low, it's 2-1.
What I started to say, if you want to bunt against a left-hander, it's not a bad time to do it. Left-handers falling off towards the third base side. If you're a left-hand hitter, all you have to do is get it past the mound to the right side of the infield. You're going to be safe. But it's an art. It's a skill.
Michigan will have the bottom of the order due up when we get to the bottom of the 12th. The 2-1. Kendall grounds it foul. 2-2 on Kevin Kendall.
You get the feeling just something crazy is going to happen. Not that something crazy hasn't already happened, but something crazy.
Haven't you been watching?
Something crazier?
I don't know if it's possible to get something crazier than we saw at the top of the 11th.
Are you kidding me?
I don't know.
Of course something crazier could happen. It's baseball.
That's as bizarre as I've seen. Two. Outside to Kendall, the count goes full. With one out, would you look to send Moberg here?
No, it's really tough left on left when you have a left-hander on the mound. You have to, if you're the runner at first, you have to make sure that Cleveland goes home. And when you have to make sure that the pitcher goes home and he's left-handed, no way you get a good jump.
Full count, one out. Kevin Kendall facing Walker Cleveland. Runner goes, line drive, right center field. Jesse Franklin dives, and it gets by him, backed up by Jordan Brewer. Around third, Jake Moberg will try to score. Throw to the plate, not in time. UCLA takes the lead. Kevin Kendall delivers an RBI double. And it's 5-4 UCLA in the top of the 12th.
Well, this is great baseball on both sides. It's a slider. Kendall finds a gap. Franklin's going to leave his feet in center field. We've talked about Brewer, the player of the year in the Big Ten. Watch the backup. Watch his throw into Thomas. A perfect executed relay. Unfortunately for them, runner gets underneath the tag, but it's great baseball on both sides.
And the throw from Mikhail Thomas just a little offline, which allowed the go-ahead run, Jake Moberg, to come around from first base. And it's 5-4 UCLA, still only one out. And it'll be the top of the order, Garrett Mitchell, due up. And the big hit delivered by Kevin Kendall, who's had a tough season.
Yeah, he has struggled, and struggled so much that he was taken out of the starting lineup. I'm not sure, are they trying to figure out if they're going to review it? I can't stress how important that run out at second is for UCLA with this Michigan lineup. 2 runs, 1 run is not safe. 2 runs is not safe.
The pitch. Garrett Mitchell takes ball 1.
But now this, when we talked about bunting, and again, you have a runner in scoring position, but if you take a look where Kerr is at first base, he is deep. If Mitchell takes his bunt with him, Bruins have first and third and 1 out. And these are a little bit of things, the intangibles of the game, that if you just take advantage of what the opposition has given you, good things happen.
1-0 pitch. Called strike at the knees to Garrett Mitchell, and singled way back in the first inning. Reached on an error to start the 11th, and an error opened up the 12th, and UCLA took advantage of it. Kevin Kendall out there at second base. Jack Blomgren, Joe Donovan, Akeo Thomas, 7, 8, and 9 for Michigan in the bottom of the inning. 1-1 and Mitchell. Taken off for third, and a running lead and a steal. Kevin Kendall was able to steal third base, and Walker Cleveland didn't check on him.
No, it's a great job by Kendall.
His 9th stolen base of the season. That's a huge 90 feet.
Well, it's a gigantic 90 feet. You get a look at it, a walking lead. Kendall doesn't check. Excuse me, Cleveland doesn't check, and Kendall's over to third, forces Michigan to play the infield in.
So the infield up to choke off the run. And now a mound visit from Joe Donovan, the Michigan catcher.
This right here, I think, is just to buy time for a coaching staff to figure out what they want to do. There's nobody in the pen throwing, and there are many ways to buy time for many decisions that you're going to make, but
so the Michigan Wolverines have used 6 pitchers tonight. Jeff Criswell started, went 5 1/3. Isaiah Page, 2 2/3. Jack Weisenberger, Ben Kaiser, Willie Weiss, now Cleveland. That's what's left, including Tommy Henry, who, if we have a game tomorrow night, is slated to start for Michigan. For UCLA, if we get to a game 3, it is supposed to be Nick Nastrini, who's an amazing story to begin with. And now they'll just put Mitchell on here in the intentional pass, and Ryan Kreidler do up.
And there's your decision, and that's what sending Donovan out to talk to Cleveland. It allowed them, the coaching staff of Michigan, Eric Backus, and his coaches to figure out what they wanted to do.
And interesting that Mitchell, being the left-handed batter, gets walked intentionally. Now it sets up a possible double play. Kreidler runs well, but Ryan Kreidler's a right-handed batter.
Well, he is. I just don't think they like the matchup with Mitchell, but I do think they like the matchup with Kreidler for one reason. And Cleveland's not a hard thrower at all. He throws a lot of soft stuff down and away, and that's conducive to hook and ground balls over to Nelson, and they can possibly turn a double play.
Inside, ball 1 on appeal, no swing, says Scott Kennedy.
But then to compound the problem, when you have Mitchell at first, he can run, he can fly. You have good speed at third and Kendall. You got a left-hand pitcher. If Garrett Mitchell leaves on first move, and Cleveland throws over to Kerr at first, don't be surprised if Kendall takes off at third. Because now you force Kerr to be aware of the runner at third while he's got to be aware of Mitchell, the runner at first.
The 1-0 pitch. Tipped at home plate into the glove of Donovan. 1-1 on Ryan Kreidler.
Well, you see the second consecutive slider, Roxy, and they're trying to get Kreidler to hook the ball over to Nelson at third. What you can do as a hitter when you're going to face somebody that's not a hard thrower and he keeps flipping it up there, just move up in the box. Move up in the box and take the bottom part of the slider out.
Safety squeeze that time as Kevin Kendall did not break until Ryan Kreidler got the bunt.
Yeah, a lot of
Pushed
thinking.
It foul.
A lot of thinking going on here. And is this part of the Bruins offense this year? Yes. But it just seems like sometimes you can overthink situations.
Can overmanage?
Yeah, you can overthink, I would say.
1-2 on Kreidler. Chase Strumpf on deck for UCLA. The Bruins, the RBI double from Kevin Kendall, driving in Jake Moberg with the go-ahead run here in the 12th. Kendall at third, Garrett Mitchell at first base. There is activity in the Michigan bullpen. Garrett Mitchell running. Kreidler, fly ball, shallow center, racing in. Jesse Franklin dives, and he makes the catch. Back to first base. Mitchell, close play. Out trying to get back in a double play. UCLA may challenge this. It was a bang-bang play, and John Savage signals to the umps, take a second look. Diving catch in center by Jesse Franklin on the sinking liner by Ryan Kreidler. And the umps having to pull Michigan out of the first base dugout.
Well, here's the dive from Franklin. Tremendous play. Gets up.
Clear catch.
Mitchell had taken off to steal. Does he get back? That's tough. It's tough. We'll get another look. Yeah, he's out. He's at the problem I had is that Kevin Kendall at third base was not tagging on that pitch, on that play. Now I understand. Think about what I'm saying here, because conventional wisdom says go halfway, because if it drops you'll score. But on that particular ball and that situation, every situation is different if you're a base runner. But if you realize somebody's going to have to dive, he didn't go back to tag.
And after review, out at first base. The challenge denied from UCLA, but the Bruins get a run. We head to the bottom of the 12th, bottom of the order for Michigan. 5-4 UCLA.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get until now. Every pair, every grail, always available. Always authentic. Never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
We ask these creatures of comfort what it's like to sleep on a Casper. Some things just don't need words.
On the top of the 12th inning, UCLA would take the lead. Kevin Kendall laces one to right center. And it just eludes Jesse Franklin. And coming all the way around from first, Jake Moberg, who reached on an error. to start the top of the 12th. The go-ahead run for UCLA and a 5-4 lead for the #1 national seed to even this best-of-3 super regional in a game that's approaching 5 hours. Over 370 pitches have been thrown. And a 5-4 lead for UCLA. And Holden Powell, who has already worked a career high 4 innings, has thrown a career most 60 pitches. And he'll have to do it again against the bottom of the order.
Well, we've been here before. The Bruins have had a 1-run lead, and Michigan came back and tied the game against Powell.
New left fielder Kyle Cuellar in left for UCLA. Jack Blomgren, sac fly in the 9th, tied the game at 4, driving in Jimmy Kerr, who doubled to lead off the 9th against Powell. Blomgren is 0 for 3 tonight. How much does Holden Powell have left in the tank?
Well, the Bruins hope he's got 3 more outs in the tank. Bruins in no doubles. Kreidler at third on the line. Outfield really not that deep on Blomgren. Not in no doubles for me.
Strike 1.
As you referenced, the last time Holden Powell was trying to hold a 1-run lead, Kerr led off with a double. So it's leadoff hitter, obviously imperative.
Activity in the UCLA bullpen just in case. Blomgren drives this one out of play. And it's 1-2 on the Michigan shortstop. Kyle Mora is up again. He's been up a few times tonight for John Savage.
Well, he's been up about 60 times this year, hasn't he? Playing catch.
He's thrown about 7 innings down there.
Yeah.
And we're here in the bottom of the 12th. But right now, make no mistake about it, for UCLA, this belongs to Holden Powell. Gets away from Noah Cardenas, 2-2 on Jack Blomgren, leading off the bottom of the 12th inning. That's a new twist on the rally cap. Michigan trying anything at this point. The 2-2. Up and in, ducking out of the way, and the count is run full on Jack Blomgren.
Well, again, when you extend somebody, which is what the Bruins are doing with Powell, he has not been this deep pitch count. Command goes. John Savage has called 3-2 breaking balls in this situation.
Ball 4 low.
And he did again right there.
And a leadoff walk to start the last of the 12th to Jack Blomgren. And Joe Donovan, who homered in the 2nd and nearly had a walk-off homer in the bottom of the 9th. And a ball that just died at the wall is the batter.
You see John Savage right there. He's giving a signal to his infielders, his corner. Expect the bunt. But just that walk, what it does, unless somehow a Michigan hitter hits into a double play, Wogu, the leadoff hitter for Michigan, will hit this inning. And he can leave the yard with the best of them. Kreidler is deep at third. Obviously, you want to bunt to first base with a runner at first.
Squaring, Donovan pushes it. Michael Tolia fields, Powell hustling over, sacrifice, and the tying run out there at second base with 1 out.
There's a little confusion on who was going to get over the bag. You see Chase Strump.
They both wanted to make a play.
And Powell, yeah, but it's a good play by Powell, but they both got there around the same time. We'll get a look at it here. It's a good bunt. Tolia makes a good decision, gives it up. First base and give it to your pitcher as soon as you can. Strump's over there. Powell says, I'll take it.
Could have been ugly.
It could have been, although tying run for Michigan's at second base. Now, if I am UCLA, I'm pulling in my outfield. I need an opportunity to throw out the runner on a base hit.
Akeo Thomas 0 for 4 as he takes up and away 92 from Powell. So the velocity a little bit down. We were seeing him 95, 96. He topped out at 92, 93 is where he's sitting now.
Well, he's just running on adrenaline right now. But understanding, if you're John Savage, understand your pitching situation.
Good slider from Holden Powell evens the count.
You have to give your outfielders an opportunity to throw out the runner at second. Keep in mind, the Bruins are the visiting team. You want to win this game if you're the Bruins. You don't want it tied. You want to give them an opportunity to tie it. You take a risk. If somebody hits one in the gap, yep, you do.
1-1 on Akeo Thomas. The DH, Jordan Wogu on deck. Thomas, foul ball. Runners in scoring position tonight. Not many chances for Michigan. UCLA has had numerous opportunities. They have left 15 runners aboard tonight. 1-2 on Akeo Thomas. Jack Blomgren, the tying run at second base. The pitch. Did he go? No swing, says Scott Kennedy.
Well, the whole Bruins dugout and the Bruin fans said yes in unison. We'll get a look at it. Very good call. Did not go.
Scott Kennedy down at first base.
He's done a great job.
He's had
tonight.
a very strong game.
Done a tremendous job tonight. Now, that was a good breaking ball. That was a hard biting breaking ball from Powell. We've seen the floaters that get over. That was a hard biting one.
Blomgren at second. Here comes the 2-2. Just missed. Again, Powell not missing by much.
Well, John Savage is thinking about who's on deck right now. Wogu. You're not going to double him up. He can fly. At some point in time, you're going to have to make Thomas beat you. And this is fastball down the middle for me. Anything else, I think, is a mistake. Now, he could throw a 3-2 breaking ball, but with Wogu on deck, not for me.
Kyle Morris still up in the bullpen for UCLA. And this is all Holden Powell. Entered in the 8th, trying to finish this one out in the 12th. Nursing a 1-run lead. Strike 3 on the breaking ball. Catches. Thomas looking. 2 outs. Well, Skip, you guessed wrong.
Well, he's done it. John Savage asked his pitchers to be able to throw breaking pitches behind the count in big situations, and they've done it the entire year. He did it right here. But this matchup right here, just watch.
Two outs, bottom of the 12th. Jack Blomgren at second base for Jordan Wogu. Doubled and scored back in the first, a single in the 5th. Powell has faced Wogu twice tonight, and a spin and a throw to second base by UCLA, and they're trying a little trickery here as Kevin Kendall went darting out into center field, and they acted like UCLA threw the ball away.
Well, again,
and Holden Powell never threw it.
Right, but here's what we've talked about. We've said we have seen everything. I told you, Roxy, we have not seen it. Now, Powell's not going to throw the ball, and there goes
Kendall tried to sell it.
He's
so
trying
did Strumpf. This is shades of what you faced in the, I don't want to say the year, Wes, but against Ron Frazier in Miami. College World Series. Jack Blomgren at second. Wogu flew out against Powell in the 8th and struck out in the 10th.
That's one of those plays where you work on in fall ball and you never use it the entire year. And you're when are we going to use that play? I don't know, in the biggest game of the year. Where is that
pitch? It missed somewhere.
Well, it's
according to Brandon Cooper.
Well, here's the thing. If you're John Savage and Wogu, Franklin is on deck. Yes, he's got 12 home runs. Yes, he's a left-hand hitter. but you have first base open. You do not have to give in to Wogu right here. And Powell handled Franklin very easily his last at bat.
2-0 on Wogu.
Yeah, I'm getting the impression that John Savage would like to match up with Franklin on deck. But again, I've been wrong before.
And I'm here to remind you of the numerous times you've been wrong.
And again, and again.
Jack Blomgren at second base, the tying run. 2 outs, last of the 12th. Holden Powell running on fumes. Gets the slider in there for a strike.
Oh, and Wogu's like, listen, if you called the first pitch a ball, how could you call this a strike? And I don't blame him.
Boy. It's been inconsistent behind the plate tonight. 2-1 with 2 down. The pitch. Here's a high chop at short. Kevin Kendall waits for it. Throws to first. UCLA has won the game. It took 5 hours and 12 exhausting innings and some beyond belief, wild, crazy plays in this one. And the #1 national seed survives to see tomorrow in 12. 5-4 UCLA.
Well, we saw a bunch of things we have never seen in a baseball game, as usual. And the ground out, Powell extended the deepest ever in his career. Gets Wogo, Kendall, Totolia, and the Bruins live on. They move on to the deciding game tomorrow. One of these two teams is going to Omaha, and we'll know tomorrow.
5 innings from Holden Powell to get the win. He is our Capital One player of the game. A career high in innings pitched. Far and away the most pitches he has ever thrown in a game. And Holden Powell gets the win, pitching UCLA into a winner-take-all Game 3 tomorrow night. And the Bruins, who trailed at 4-3 late in the ball game. The home run, Michael Tolia, tied the game. Each team scoring in the 9th. And then in the 12th, an RBI double, Kevin Kendall driving in the winning run. And UCLA and Michigan will play tomorrow night. 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Pacific on ESPN2. And just a crazy night at the ballpark.
You can't beat this. Don't miss tomorrow night, obviously.
For Wes Clements and our ESPN crew, Roxy Bernstein saying so long from Jackie Robinson Stadium. We'll see you on the East Coast later today. Game 3, UCLA and Michigan, tomorrow night in LA.